Hear my words and bear witness to my vow. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the shield that guards from the realm of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch for this night and all the nights to come.
Winter is coming.
Sticking with the pointy end.
I know which end to use.
And the mind needs books like a sword needs a whetstone.
People have been swinging at me for years, and they always seem to miss.
What did the Mad King say when you stabbed him in the back? He never asked.
A crown for a king.
Here is no dragon. Fire cannot kill a dragon.
Is this meant to be your shield, Lord Stark? A piece of paper.
You know the first thing about sword fighting?
Sticking with the pointy end.
You think my life is some precious thing to me? That I would trade my honor for a few more years of war?
Surrounded by Lannisters. Every time I close my eyes, I see their blonde hair and their smug, satisfied faces.
Hello y'all, how are we doing? Let me fix the camera real quick. Hello everybody, welcome. Hello. As I'm frantically setting everything up here, it's all good. How have you guys been? Hello Barry, hello Heather, hello Rose. Happy Sunday to y'all, whatever time of the day it is for you. As obviously all the cars are gonna start passing now too. I'm very well, Heather. I'm very well. My back is hurting a little bit, but we'll get through it. But I'm doing very, very well. Just give me a second. Here we go. Still morning there? It's 12:20 in the morning. Well, good morning then. I'm glad that I can be your Sunday morning stream. I can be your wake up stream, I guess. Yeah. I've been well. My back hurts a little bit. So hopefully it won't be too bad while I'm sitting here for at least like 4 hours. I'm thinking it's gonna be at least 4 hours today. You know all about back pain, Heather? Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. At least 4. I'm thinking at least 4, guys. It's 8:21 in the morning there, Barry. You're about to make breakfast? What are you making? What type of breakfast are we making? Take stretch breaks. Yeah, that's what I'll probably end up doing, honestly. We're gonna take a couple of breaks, just in general. An omelette, nice. What is all that you put in your omelettes, Barry? Yeah, guys, we have a lot of things to talk about and do in this stream. We're, like usual, going to give some more people a bit more time to come into the stream before we first of all, our lovely fellow subscriber Nettles sent me this thing, which is what I am assuming Game of Thrones did before season 8, which is kind of like a game of guessing who is gonna be alive, who's gonna be dead, and who's gonna be a White Walker by the end of the show. Arugula, is that how that's pronounced? Tomato, leftover sausage, and feta. That sounds great. That sounds great, Heather. Barry. But you guys, I assume you guys know what I'm talking about. This questionnaire type thingy, which I am very, very excited to see how well I do. Honestly, this looks really fun. You don't, Heather? You don't know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna show you just in a little bit. I have it ready, set up. You think that was a Nettles exclusive? There's no way. Did she really just... It might be, honestly. It might be. You heard her mention it before? It might be. I thought this was something that all the Game of Thrones did before watching season 8. Oh, so maybe that is a Nettles thing. Okay. Either way, it looks like something that it's gonna be very interesting to see how I do, how well I guess all the names and all the things. Yeah, it sounds cool, right? I have it. We're gonna do this probably before the tier list, or maybe we can use this instead of a tier list, and we can do a final Game of Thrones tier list by the end of season 8. We'll see how we do this. We'll see. Definitely here for it. Yeah, guys, we're starting a little bit earlier today, so hopefully a few more of the usual viewers that we have here on our streams will be able to join us soon enough. I know that it's early for a lot of you guys, but it just timing and stuff. This is when it was better time for me to do the stream today. Otherwise, we might have had to cancel and wait another week, and that's not gonna happen because we need to get into season 8. We need to get into season 8. I'm excited to get into season 8. But Barry, Heather, and Rose, if you guys have any like questions regarding season 7 or something that you'd like for us to discuss. It works for you because football is on today? Oh, you'll be able to watch this and the game, you mean? I feel you. You'll be watching on 2 devices? Yes, Baelish what, Heather? What do you mean by Baelish? Baelish is dead. Finally. Thank the Lords. I honestly debated with myself what my favorite Game of Thrones like death was, as far as characters that I deeply despised, and it was a very, very close call between Baelish and Pycelle. Fuck Joffrey. Fuck Ramsay. Baelish and Pycelle. Like these two deaths spoke to me. They spoke to my soul. I don't know what it is. Oh, Archangel, you managed to join us. Welcome. I'm sorry for the earlier Sunday stream today. Hope you're doing great. You was told you was dumb for enjoying him being gone because he's the biggest villain, which he is. Baelish or Pycelle? I'm assuming you're talking about Baelish. I mean, listen. We need to give credit where credit is due. Hello, Ottawa James. Hello. Welcome. Good Sunday to you, sir. Good Sunday morning, I'm guessing. But yeah, listen. We need to give credit where credit is due, right? Great performance, first of all, by the actor. He was a really good, like, villain. Well, he was a villain to me, fully. I know to some of you guys, Nettle specifically, he was like your favorite character. But, you know, he was very intriguing, you know. You knew that you always had to plan for Baelish in your head and what he might be thinking of doing, you know, what tricks he had up his sleeve all the time. I'm like I said in the reaction, I think though that when the White Walkers are here, right, we wouldn't also need, like, we didn't need to have to be worrying about what the fuck Baelish was thinking and what his plan was gonna be for the final season. I don't think so. I think that we need to focus our attention on the White Walkers and fucking Cersei right now. It's 11:30. You just woke up making coffee, rolling a joint. Nice. For a nice wake and bake. He had his fingers in everything, yeah. Which is what was the annoying part, right? You're feeling under the weather, wink. Archangel, did you cancel plans to be in the stream? But yeah, it was something that I personally thought was necessary for the final season. Baelish being gone. I would have been fine with him dying during the 8th season. Maybe we got him for a couple of more episodes, but I think that now we can focus on the most eminent threat, honestly, which is Cersei, you know? And then the White Walkers a little bit. You're glad Sansa can level up, come into her own with the support of Arya and Bran? Yeah, I was worried that I was gonna have to... Sansa was gonna turn back the time and be the Sansa that I hated. Or didn't hate, but I really didn't like in like season 1. If she had turned on her own family for Baelish, that would have been just too much for me to handle. Thank God that's not what happened. And I'm glad Arya and Bran are there for her to, like, not necessarily refocus her, because she, like, when she first got with Jon, she was always about the Starks when it came to getting back Winterfell and, you know, staying home instead of fleeing. But it's good that now all the little Stark kids are together and, you know, running the North again. I was also worried that they were gonna lose control of the North for a second. I thought that Baelish had something in mind to, like, uproot the Starks, which he did, but he never managed to see it through, which I'm very happy about. Hello, Marjo. Hello. Vet emergency. I'm here, but I need to take care of my cat Floki. What happened to the cat, Marjo? Happy Sunday to you as well. Sunday evening, I'm guessing, in France. What's wrong with the cat? I hope it's not too serious. Hello, I like to stay home. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Would you ever read the books? I've thought about reading. I've thought of like, I definitely would like to check out the books, just, you know, to get an even bigger and better picture of the Game of Thrones world in general. So definitely, although admittedly I'm not a book person, I'm way more of a visual type of person, like, but I am very, very much invested in Game of Thrones, so I will consider reading the books. My title says season 6. Does it still? I changed it though. Does it actually? Have you refreshed, Heather, since you joined the stream initially? It did in the beginning, then I changed it. To me it says season 7. Oh, probably the thumbnail says season 6 because I forgot to edit the thumbnail. Archangel, I'm honored that you faked illness so that you can be in my stream. I hope you wasn't actually looking forward to those plans. I hope they were the type of plans that you were kind of dreading, which, you know, in that case, I totally get it. But the stream was gonna be there for you regardless. You would love for me, Heather, to read the books and discuss the differences. That would be an interesting video, right? That would be an interesting video. It would probably take me some time though to get through the books, honestly. So like, if we're thinking 1 year down the line, or we can do it even episodically. Maybe I'll think about it. The audiobooks are good. That's not a bad idea, actually. You guys have told me that like the audiobooks are good before. Respiratory distress. That sounds unpleasant for the baby little cat. I hope it's all alright. You're fresh? It fixed? Yeah. Good. Let's just say you're happy with the way things turned out. I'm glad. He released each chapter as a separate video. Who did, Heather? David Reeds. Is he a reactor as well? Or is he like a book channel? Because David Reeds kind of lends more to that, right? Oh, by the way, okay, Archangel is here. So, she sent me rather, a gift in the mail, and I did tell Archangel that I was gonna open it on the next stream, and I was kind of sad because Archangel told me that it was an early stream and they weren't able to make it. But since Archangel is here, let's see. I'm gonna have to unpack this, which might be a bit rough for the ears, so sorry guys. So it's also a book, since we're talking about books, right? You can stay right there. Let's open it first completely. Ottawa James. It's not that. It's not that. PO Box rights would have been revoked. I hope you guys are able to see. this looks really, really cool. Let's see. Can we click? The mic is in the way. So I'm not 100% sure. I'm guessing it's a book with like Game of Thrones stuff. A pop-up guide to Westeros, guys, is what it says. So I'm gonna need to go a little bit. How cool, yo. Okay, I'm not gonna actually like go through the entire book reading it, but this is King's Landing, right? This is King's Landing right here. So freaking cool. And here we go. I'm not skipping any pages, right? So this is the Eyrie right here. You guys cannot see too good, but this looks like the Eyrie. Oh wait, now it looks more like the Eyrie actually. This is, and it also has like information, like I can see here. Faith in the Seven Kingdoms. Oh, that's dope. It has the trap door, guys. You won't be able to see this, but like it has the trap door. You can open the trap door. Oh, that's not the one you have? Oh, James, is there more? It's basically the history and lore, but with drawings. What is this? Oh, House Tully. It has information about different houses. This is cool. This is really cool. Here we have Winterfell. Can you guys see Winterfell? This is really cool. Archangel. This is super dope. House Stark. We have House Stark. House Greyjoy. Hello, Mac Taylor. Welcome. I'm opening a gift that Archangel sent me, which is like a pop-up book of like Game of Thrones stuff, and it looks super cool. Of course, we gotta have the wall here. It's surprisingly tough to move around here. Okay, can you guys see the wall? It's the wall. Again, so this is super dope. And it has information about the Night's Watch. It has the oath. The oath that they say. Talks about the wildlings, talks about the wall. And we have, obviously, gotta have what Daenerys was going through. Trying to make sure that you guys can see shit. The lighting does not help at all. This is Karth. So what I'm saying here, it's Karth. It's just general Essos stuff. It has Pentos, information about the Dothraki, Vas Dothrak. Yeah, it's super cool. Archangel. This is again the book that Archangel sent me, that I am definitely gonna find somewhere to put it, somewhere nice. because it's worth to showcase, honestly. Love it. It's kind of like the 3D intro. Yeah, it is a little bit actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Yes, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's a perfect way to describe this. It's like the intro of the show if it was in a book. Wonderful gift. My cats destroy a book like that in 10 seconds. Yeah, it would be best to keep it away from pets. Just thought it could be a fun souvenir of his journey through Westeros. Yeah, I'll definitely like. I'm so happy for this. Thank you again, Archangel. It's super dope. I want to send gifts too. How can I do that? So I will. I have to add an address that you guys will be able to send stuff if you want. I'll probably add it on the channel. I'll add an address. I'll let you guys know. If any of you want to send me more Game of Thrones stuff, I'd be more than happy. Just no sex toys, alright? Hello, the queen that always is. Hello. Welcome to the stream. We just got done checking out an amazing gift by one of my lovely subscribers, Archangel, which was this Game of Thrones pop-up book. And we've just been chatting a little bit before we jump into, you know, the meat and potatoes of the stream. It's possibly wine? You're gonna send me some French wine, Marzo? Listen, I wouldn't say no. Have you all checked out the Game of Thrones prop auction? They're auctioning Game of Thrones props, Taylor? What props? Archangel, please. Please don't. Can you imagine the type of... No. Ramsay? Which sex dungeon is worse? Ramsay's or Joffrey's? Go. Because y'all remember the type of shit Joffrey was into too, right? Do you guys, I was talking with Heather and Barry early in the stream. This, which I'm gonna show you in a little bit. I mean, should we do it? I feel like there's enough people in the stream right now so that we can jump into some stuff here that I want us to do in the stream before we jump to the history and lore parts of the stream. So yeah. Let's go into a quick transition and I'll be right back. Hello guys, we're back. Can you hear me? I need to make sure every time I transition stuff in this OBS that everything works. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me alright? All good? All good? I feel like the lighting can be a little better. Oh well, I guess It's due to the it's a white background, that's why it messes up a little bit. Anyway, so Heather, this is what I was talking to you about, right? So I thought that this was something that all the Game of Thrones people did before watching season 8, like in the in-between periods. So Nettles sent me this and told me that it would be cool for me to do this before I watch season 8. So here we have the characters, right? That are still alive, that are still breathing. And here we have 3 options, right? Or rather 2 options. No, it's 3 options technically. If they're gonna be alive by the end of season 8, if they're gonna be dead by the end of season 8, or if I decide that they're dead, are they gonna become a White Walker or not? See, I didn't even think of that possibility about a lot of these characters, I'm gonna be honest. It didn't even cross my mind that it would be possible that, like, for example, Jon Snow could turn into a White Walker. That would be insane, right? Or like, what if Sansa turned into a White Walker? Sansa's not gonna turn into a White Walker, no way. Hundreds of props and costumes are being auctioned off. For how much, Taylor? For how much? Like, what are the bids in these auctions? Right, Archangel? Like, there's so many props that they'd be so cool to have, but I know these bids must be crazy. You literally want them all? They are actually like auctioning off the wardrobe. Listen, season 7's wardrobe was so freaking good. Like, whoever gets Dany's wardrobe from season 7 is like, they have peaked in life. They have peaked in life. Like, but guys, had any of you heard of this thing right here? You saw someone visiting the prop storage a few days ago? If you have deep pockets, it's definitely worth checking out. The starting bids are in the thousands. Haha! Out of your freaking mind. It would be like, listen, if it's something's worth paying for, it's stuff like that in my opinion, because it's so cool. Like, imagine having like Dany's white coat that you just said. How dope would that be? I don't have that type of money to be spending on that, but listen. You've never seen that before in your life. Great. I think it's a fun idea. I think it's a fun idea. I want to do this. Can you guys hear that? Somebody got married. Yeah, they're here. They're here. Congrats, guys, congrats. So shall we do this? Shall we start this? Yeah, everybody say congrats to the newlyweds that just passed my house. So you have to do that list and we have to be silent. Listen. I did not think about that. You guys cannot tell me, right? Obviously. So like, damn. Yeah, I did not even think about that, Archangel. That's crazy. I didn't even think about that. I can do the list. Huh. I can do the list and you guys can like not tell me. You can just like take in my thoughts on why, or maybe like I don't even know why I would guess somebody would be dead or not, but I can talk a little bit about the characters in season 7, I guess, by doing this. I thought it was a cool way. Instead of just me just talking, we can also like at the same time I can also do this because it's super interesting. I want to see how I do, right? And then we can revisit this after season 8, right? See how I did, what my score was, because there's scores, right? I'm guessing like for each one it's like 1 point, because you have bonus questions here, which is like, is Daenerys pregnant? 1 point. Who kills the Night King? 2 points. Who holds the throne at the end? 4 points. So these are like the bonus questions in this questionnaire. Marzo, of course, take care of the poor kitty, obviously. It's fine, you just want to know the rules so you don't screw up. The rules of what? Of chat? You guys obviously don't tell me if who I'm saying is dead or not dead. Don't confirm or deny. Be vague, right? I know it's not the easiest thing. Okay, let's see how it goes. I'm gonna start guessing now. Okay, guys? So, Jon Snow. Is he gonna be alive? Is he gonna be dead? Or he's gonna become a White Walker? So, this is actually very, very difficult because Jon already has died, right? Would they kill Jon Snow off twice? I think they could. But if they did, he would be one of my guesses that could become a White Walker by the end, which would be very painful to watch. But you know, knowing Game of Thrones and how they like to do our favorite characters, but I'm gonna pick that Jon Snow is gonna stay alive. I'm gonna X alive here. Jon Snow will not die a second time. They would not do that to us again. I'm thinking we already had our Jon Snow is dead moment. I feel like Jon Snow will stay alive. By the end of the season, Jon Snow will be alive. By the end of the show, Jon Snow will be alive. That's my guess. Sansa will also... I feel like this is one of the most certain Sansa will be alive. Like, this is one of the characters that I'm almost certain will not die or turn to a White Walker. I feel like Sansa is pretty safe in that regard. My main concern with Sansa was, like I told you guys before, her trusting Baelish too much and reverting back to being very gullible like she was in the beginning. But I think that since we got rid of Baelish, Sansa is safe. Thank God he can't hear us in case we burst out laughing. Yeah, thank God for that. I keep looking at chat. It's like you guys won't be able to tell me anything, anyways. Arya Stark. Whew. This is difficult for me to go by my like what I believe will happen, but also I'm going a little bit by what I wish doesn't happen. So I could see them turning Arya into a freaking White Walker. I could see that too. I could also see Arya dying, which is horrible. But I want Arya to stay alive, obviously. But something like my hand is just hovering at the dead column of this. I don't know why. It just won't move away from the dead column. So you know what? Fuck it. All the Starks will stay alive. All the Starks will stay alive. The Starks will win in the end. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm not about to put this energy out. I'm not about to put the energy in the world that Arya is gonna be dead. I choose life for all my Stark children. None of them will die. None of them will become a White Walker. No, I refuse. They'll all be alive, well, and a happy family by the end of the show. And it's not wishful thinking, guys. That will happen. That will be the case. Cersei will obviously die. I cannot imagine a Game of Thrones finale where Cersei is alive. Just why? Why would you do that to us? Does she turn into a White Walker? I mean, it would fit here, but I don't think so. I feel like Cersei just gets a clean death by Arya. That's what I'm guessing. Cersei gets a clean death by Arya Stark. Jaime will also probably die. I can't see a world where Cersei dies and Jaime doesn't die. So I am choosing death for all the Lannister, not all the Lannisters because we still have Tyrion, but I'm choosing death for the Lannister incest siblings and life for my Stark children. That's what I'm choosing. Obviously Tyrion will live. I don't give a shit. Obviously Dany will live. I don't give a shit. Look at me thinking season 8 is gonna be all butterflies and rainbows. No deaths of any of our favorite characters will happen in season 8, according to me, clearly. We're gonna go by season 8 unscathed. That's right, yep. Totally what's gonna happen. Obviously Missandei will not die. We're crossing Missandei. Greyjoy, Yara. We can kill off Yara, who cares, right? Might as well. It's entirely possible. She honestly could have been dead already. You know, when Theon just gave up on her. That one time. Theon. I'm thinking it's possible I can see Theon turning into a White Walker at some point. I don't know why. But I am also leaning towards death. I'm leaning towards these two for Theon. I don't know why. Although he has too survived a lot. But we gotta lose some good characters in season 8, so You know what? Fuck it. Theon becomes a White Walker. I don't know what circumstance would lead to him turning into a White Walker. And also, I'm assuming when we say White Walker, do we mean like an actual White Walker or do we mean like a zombie? I'm guessing zombie, right? Oh, Melisandre is definitely dying. Melisandre is definitely dying. I don't see her turning into a White Walker though. Zora is also dying, I feel like. Zora will also die. And he too might turn into a White Walker. Yeah. You know what? What the fuck? The Hound will die. I don't think he will turn to a White Walker. The Mountain will definitely also die. No, actually the Hound might actually turn to a White Walker. They would do some shit like that. They would do some shit like that with the Mountain. We can't just get rid of the Mountain, it seems like, so that's possible for the Mountain. Let's pick a chat real quick. Somebody deleted the message, which I assume could have been a spoilery message, so good job. Arya, little goddess of death. Yeah, that does not mean that she will die. She will make others die, right? Cersei is like a Hydra. You chop the head off and she grows two more. Yeah, I think that once we chop Cersei's head off, it will be chopped off for good, honestly. You're sad thinking it's already the last season? Me too. Me too. But hey, there's House of Dragons still, right? We'll still be dabbling into the Game of Thrones world. Don't worry, guys. Theon has had such an arc so far. He has. But I feel like, unfortunately, you can only survive for so long, right? Watching live, we had support groups spring up after the Red Wedding. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. So Sam, please be alive. I'm gonna choose that Sam will be alive by the end of season 8. And Gilly, I'm quickly realizing this is too good to be true. I've just all of the characters will be alive by the end of season 8. Clearly. And obviously the child will be alive too. Varys will die. I mean, come on. Melisandre told him that he has to die. By the way, some of these crosses are just... What is this? This is a plane. This is not even a cross anymore. Or rather X. It was never a cross. X. Davos will die. Oh, Brienne. What will Brienne do? I can see Brienne turning into a White Walker. Just because she's big and strong. Davos will die. Bronn will die. Pod will... You know what? Pod might live. Fuck it. He's too wholesome, I guess. Tormund will die. He will die. Grey Worm. Shit. I fear that Grey Worm will die and will turn into a White Walker. I don't know why. I don't know why. Sorry, Miss Sunday. I fear that Grey Worm will at the very least be dead. I don't know about the White Walker part. That might be reaching a little bit, but I do fear that we will lose Grey Worm. I feel like Gendry will die. What the fuck is this? Beric obviously will die. Euron will die, obviously. Dario will also die, I feel like. Jaqen Hagar, he might live. I don't think we will see Jaqen anymore, honestly. So by proxy, he'll be alive. Mira Reed. Will we ever see Mira again? Yeah, might as well live. Why not? And Hot Pie will obviously be alive. Like what? So this is how it's looking. So the Stark kids will all live. Cersei and Jaime will die. Tyrion will be the lone Lannister living, which would be ironic, because he'll be the last Lannister to continue the Lannister bloodline. Imagine telling that to Tywin. Daenerys will obviously conquer Westeros and win the Game of Thrones. Obviously, I do not accept any other ending. Missandei will be by her side when she does it. The Greyjoys will sadly die. And it will be the end of the Greyjoys, right? Because it's Yara, Theon, and then Euron. And they'll all... I have them all dying. So... Melisandre will, thankfully, believe in us. Obviously still haven't forgiven her for the burning of a literal child for literally nothing. And Zora will unfortunately not be with Dany ever, and he will die also. The Hound will die, the Mantle will die, Sam and his little family will live, fingers crossed. Varys, we got told he's gonna die, so he's basically a safe bet, unfortunately, and I love Varys so much. Brienne, I fear, unfortunately, will also meet her death. Davos also, unfortunately, we're gonna have to say goodbye to him. Bronn, I mean, he's made the wrong allegiance, so he's gonna go down with the ship. Podrick is just too irrelevant to die. Tormund will also believe in us. Also, I just found out that Tormund's last name is Giant's Bane. That's kind of funny. And Grey Worm also, unfortunately, will be leaving us. Gendry, Beric, Euron, Dario, all the side characters, I fear, will be leaving us as well. And then Jaqen, Mira, and Hot Pie might also just be a little bit too irrelevant for them to even be mentioned in Season 8, so they'll be alive by proxy of not being mentioned ever. So this, I'll lock this in. This is my final decision, and I'll save this, and we'll circle back after Season 8 to see how I did, guys. Oh wait, no, wait. There's also bonus questions. Hold on. So, is Daenerys pregnant? I didn't even consider this to be an option, actually. I'm gonna go ahead and say... This plays into the whole Dany being convinced that she's not able to have children. But the way season 7 ended, right? She and Jon obviously did the thing, and they're the last Targaryens. So I can see from a writing perspective how that would be like an interesting wrinkle they can throw into that, because then you have Cersei with the last Lannister spawn on the way, and Dany with the last Targaryen spawn on the way, trying to keep their legacies, their family legacies alive in a final showdown of two very powerful families. You know, the more I'm talking about it, the more I'm convinced that it makes kind of sense from a writing standpoint, so I'm gonna say yes. That Dany will be pregnant in season 8, and it would be Jon's. It wouldn't be Dario's, no way. I love whenever I look back at chat during this segment, I'm seeing deleted messages, which I assume are like hints about stuff. Over 55 rewatches, and it just occurred to me why Tormund is attracted to Brienne. They need child protective services in the north. Why is he attracted to Brienne other than her being ginormous? And clearly Tormund being into that a little bit. You often feel the need to hug me? Giantsbane isn't a surname really. I don't think they have him as a concept. Hello, Senior Comrade, by the way. Welcome to the stream. I also didn't think that the wildlings would have surnames, but here it clearly says Tormund Giantsbane, so I am gonna take it for what it is, I guess. He refers to it as a nickname. Okay. But he has been referred to as Giantsbane, so I'm guessing. I like how Bronn though doesn't have a last name. Or Gendry. Who kills the Night King? So assuming somebody kills the Night King. Huh. I think that Jon. So out of the characters that we have here, I have 3. Yeah, I have 3 possible answers to this. 4, but the 4th one is such a long shot that it would be hilarious if it happens, but I don't see it happening. So obviously the obvious answer to me would be Jon, right? The sneaky, you wouldn't really imagine it, but I see it totally happening, is Arya. Bran is not really, no, he wouldn't be able to. Like, how would he be able to kill him? He doesn't have the strength to do that, I don't think. Cersei and Jaime, no. Tyrion, absolutely not. Dany would be my 3rd option, right? If we can, like, count Dany killing him while on a dragon as Dany killing him, I'm gonna include Dany in this. And then my long shot, which I would absolutely love, but I don't see happening, is Sam. Because imagine if Samuel fucking Tarly, the first character that we actually see kill a White Walker in the show, the biggest wuss in the beginning of the show, ends up killing the Night King. That would be amazing, right? So these are my 4 options. And I will go with John, just because why not? But any of the first 3 that I named, I would not be surprised. And then Sam would be like the best case scenario for me, honestly. It's like Kingslayer or Stormborn. It's not official name, but an epithet. Okay, makes sense. And I mean, I don't even need to say who I feel like. I mean, obviously Dany will hold the throne at the end, obviously. Again, I accept nothing else, so it's gonna be Dany. So I feel like we can go ahead and lock this in. Oh, so we gain an extra point if the character that we predict is dead also becomes a White Walker. So should I just be having like 2 crosses? I mean, just the same thing. I'm not gonna go back and redo this. Okay, lose a point if you predict White Walker incorrectly. Okay. Okay. Oh, so I'm guessing whoever came up with this, like, they had the entire community take place. Pool entry fees $20, cash only. Damn. Well, good thing I'm not gonna have to pay for this. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go and lock this in. Isn't an epithet an insult? I don't think so, Archangel. Here, I believe epithet like has Greek origin, and surnames in Greek, like the actual people's surnames, are literally called epitheta. So I always thought like epithet is just kind of like, you know, given as an extra name, at least the way it's used in English, or an extra surname rather. So we will have to go and save this. And we'll come back to it after season 8. PTSD incoming? Why, Marzo? PTSD? Why? But yeah. Thoughts without spoilers, guys. I mean, again, I don't know how you'll be able to even give me thoughts. That was fun. Well, yeah. Some interesting thoughts. Alright. Panos, settle an argument for me. Do Greeks add water to their ouzo? You can add water, or what most Greeks do, you add ice in the ouzo, which eventually will turn into water in your ouzo. But the most common thing is you add ice in the ouzo, not water. But you can dilute it with water also. It's not unheard of. Just straight like pouring water into it. You won't see it much, but it's not unheard of. Because you never watched a show like this? Damn. That is true. Water turns it milky white, huh? Yeah, it does. Have you tried ouzo, James? How did you like it? I personally like ouzo, but primarily with like seafood. And I do like the smell of ouzo more than the taste of ouzo. It smells amazing. You love ouzo? That's great. Do you have like? I'm guessing there are Greek like migrants in Canada, so yeah, you'd probably be able to try some good authentic ouzo as well. Ouzo? No, it's not black licorice, Heather. You could, I guess, kinda like draw comparison to licorice, but it's not really licorice. Its name of every ASOAF? What does that mean? What's an acronym? Character means something? Connected with their plotline, be it Greek, Sanskrit, or Hebrew names. A Song of Ice and Fire. Ah, I see. I didn't even know that. That's very cool. Shall we do a tier list, or shall I just take in questions from you guys and stuff about season 7 now? We are done with this, I feel like. So I have the history and lore video ready, so we can jump into that if you guys want. We can do tier lists, although I was thinking that it would be better to do a tier list after season 8. You found out your maternal line descends from Cyprus? That's dope. Is it like Greek heritage, or is it like Turkish heritage? Because Cyprus has both ethnic groups in it currently. you've never seen the season 7 lore video, it apparently is the last one. So like I have the playlist here, and it does not have like season 8. So did they just not have any more history and lore stuff after season 8? Hello Mama Cat, welcome to the stream. Don't worry about it, Mama Cat. The stream will always be here for you to go back and watch. Turkish via Southeast Asia. Okay. That's dope. Hope your Sunday has been going great, Mama Cat. So guys, do you have like something that you need me to discuss regarding season 7? I mean, I guess I didn't really like talk about season 7 this stream a lot. You guys know, like, I'm just glad that Baelish is dead, first of all. Jon and Dany finally, like, outside of them just sleeping with each other, but understanding that they're gonna have to work together fully, and the Stark kids now, meaning Arya, Sansa, and Bran, being aligned together like this against everybody. It's the Starks against the world, which I like. So I was overall happy with how season 7 like left us. If we ignore the elephant in the room, which is White Walker Dragon, right? I don't know how we'll be able to combat that. I'm thinking again, it's gonna have to be battle against dragon against dragon in a battle, and hopefully our dragon wins. Although I have said that I believe that they're gonna kill each other, and then it's gonna be just Dany and Drogon. We're gonna lose. Again, I'm forgetting which one turned and which one is the one that we still have here out of the two smaller ones. Was it Viserion? Did Viserion like turn, or do we have Viserion with us? Viserion is the one that died, okay. And then is it Rhaegar? I have to say, it was kind of sad when Baelish was killed off. He was such an underhanded and devious character. I really want to see him succeed with his plots and get the throne. James, you wanted Baelish to get the throne? Are you out of your mind? Baelish? Fucking Baelish? Hell no! You don't get that fucking snake out of my face. I mean, I get the fact that he was a pretty cool villain, I'll give you that, but come on. No, just no. He was a snake, he died a snake, we don't respect snakes here. Drogon screaming when Viserion was killed was awful. I don't remember Drogon crying, but that scene just shook me. I was devastated. That we lost the dragon. It probably hurt me more, outside of Syrene's death. Might have hurt me more than like most actual character deaths that we had. I'm so glad you're doing this. I hate when people skip it. The Queen, we've done the history and laws up until season 6 in previous live streams. So if you want to check those out as well, they are available on the channel. If you click the live section on my channel page. So we'll be doing the season 7 today. We won't be doing the entire playlist. But yeah, you guys told me, my viewers told me to do this, and they've been so interesting and so cool, and they give you so much more like context of just the overall world, and I'm such a sucker for like world building shit, so this is perfect for me as somebody who has not read the books. These videos with the visuals, the audio being done from the actual characters' perspectives, which is super awesome. Like, they're so cool. Oh, Rhaegal. Yeah, named after Rhaegar. Okay. What did I say? Did I say the dragon was named Rhaegar? My bad. Yes, I'm here for the chaos, Taylor. Oh, I know, I've been here since day one. People skip this one. They skip the history and lore from season 7. Why? Like, you've done all the others. Might as well do that as well. You could not wait to see me react to Snake getting killed. Yeah. Favorite death, as I said early in the stream, it was my favorite deaths were Baelish and then Pycelle. Those were the peaks of Game of Thrones deaths for me. By the way, lore-wise, dragons cannot cross the wall, but the showrunners decided to make Daenerys OP. Oh, that's super interesting. Is it because of the supposed magic that the wall has? By the way, can we talk about the wall for a second? I touched on it during my reaction to the final episode of season 7. What the fuck? All this talk about the wall, hoping that the wall is high enough, and then within seconds, right, a dragon, a White Walker dragon, just comes in and just completely melts it. Well, he didn't melt the entire wall. He melted a part of the wall so that their army can go through. But still, that hurt me too. Like, I was hoping the wall was gonna put up more of a resistance against the White Walkers than that. There's one for 8 also, Heather. History and lore for 8. Why is it not on the playlist here? Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to find it separately. No creation of ice or fire can cross it. Okay. Oh, you were formerly known as Black Valyria. You think there is? So you don't know? That blue flame is the hottest flame. Firefighter's granddaughter, daughter's sister here. It looked pretty powerful. That's the when you look at a flame, right? Like in the core. I don't know if I'm using the word core correctly, but like if you look at a flame sometimes, right? If you look at a candle, like the inner you go, it does get a little bluish. So I'm guessing, is that like the blue flame that you're talking about, which is like the hottest part? of the flame. Am I completely making shit up? Most likely. In the show, the army of the dead and the White Walkers were only able to cross once the wall was destroyed. So, if Dany had never went north to rescue Jon, the Night King never would have crossed. Yeah, that's kind of like the ironic part of what happened there. Yeah, the dead were only able to cross once they melted down the wall. So yeah, exactly. If Dany had not given the White Walkers a dragon, they would have just been stuck there looking at the wall like, damn. I guess that's it, guys. We tried, we can't cross it. we might start heading back now. That would have been so fucking funny. See, and that's why Tyrion's plan was stupid. Because that's what it resulted to ultimately. We could have just went to King's Landing, taken King's Landing, and then prepare for the White Walkers whenever they cross the wall, which would have been never. Yep, you're correct on the candle. Yes. When you completely make up sit on the spot and you're right. In the books, each dragon had his hair flame colored uniquely: silver, violet, green, black, and red. Black fire is kind of crazy. I would have loved to see that. We saw green fire, which was when they used the... What were the things called that Tyrion used against Stannis? The fire... What were they called? What was that fire called? You guys know what I'm talking about. So we've seen green fire before. We saw blue fire. Wildfire, yes, exactly. Thank you guys. So we've seen green fire in the show. We've seen blue fire. We've seen red fire. Black fire would have been cool. Now violet and silver fire, I don't even know what that would look like. Balerion the Black Dread had black and red fire. Balerion sounds badass from what we've gotten to know about him. What else of season 7 was like... Oh! Jaime leaving Cersei. Can we talk about that a little bit deeper? I didn't think that was gonna happen. I just felt like the sickness called Cersei had too strong of a grip on Jaime for him to be able to just leave her like he did. Especially after finding out that she's carrying another one of his children. Gross, but hey, we're in no room to talk right now, because if Dany is indeed pregnant with Jon's child as well, we are really in no room to talk. Look at what Game of Thrones does, right? They are sneaky. They knew we would be talking shit about the Lannisters the entire freaking show, and they're gonna go ahead and like what? Have Jon and Dany have like an incest child of themselves just to rub it in. But yeah, I didn't think that Jaime was gonna be strong enough to leave Cersei at any point. I feel like he had reached a point where he was fully committed and he was not gonna waver or change up until his death. But him leaving her is a very like encouraging sign for his character for season 8. I don't think it's going to last. Hopefully it does, but I just don't really see it. But I am super excited to welcome Jaime to the good side. If they will accept him. I don't think they will. Like, imagine Arya, Sansa, Jon, and Bran having to accept Jaime, like, on their side in this war. I don't see it happening, but it's an interesting proposition to think about. Jaime always rode a white horse except for leaving Cersei. See, I didn't even notice that, Marzo. Great symbolism. Which, technically, it should be the reverse because, you know, he's leaving the darkness and coming to the... seeing the light, you know, by leaving Cersei. Even his hair became darker. That's pushing it a little bit. But yeah, I'm interested to see Jaime. Jaime, along with Theon, maybe have probably had the most interesting arcs. Honestly, I'll throw Dany in there as well, because how Dany started to where she's now. But like Jaime and Theon's. I said Theon right, I didn't say Tyrion previously. But I'm talking about Jaime and Theon. I feel like as characters have had the most ups and downs out of all the characters in the show for me. In terms of how I view them, if I like them or not, if I'm sympathetic towards them or not. So I'm very intrigued to see how they end up ultimately. I know I had them both as dead in the little guessing game that we just did, but I just want to see how, I guess, that's gonna happen, because I am almost certain that we're gonna lose both of them by the end of the show. Yeah, James, we did learn about that in the history and lore when we learned about Balerion. And especially what happened in Harrenhal. Right, Archangel, his horse did get barbecued, that's right. I forgot about him charging towards a dragon with a fucking spear and a horse. I forgot about that. I forgot that brilliant tactic of his that he obviously thought was gonna go brilliantly for him. I forgot about that. Oh, are you watching the game, Mama Cat? I think Heather is also tuning in to that. The show is hard on horse lovers, yeah. Very much so. Very much so. Yeah, Heather is watching, Mama Cat, yeah. I thought you had said that you was watching, you was gonna split watching the game. But no, Heather had. Guys, shall we jump into the history and lore parts? of the stream. I think we should. Before we do that, though, I do need to get up and stretch a little bit for my back, and also, you know, grab some water and all that good stuff. So just a quick, like 2-3 minute break, and I'll be right back with y'all. Hello, yo. I'm back. Let's... what am I doing? Okay. Today is such a good day for me. Got crazy happy news. Got an offer from housing for a unit, and just in time the owners of where I live are selling. I've been a nervous wreck. That's great news, Heather. Super happy for you. Okay, guys. Shall we just jump into Game of Thrones Season 7, History and Lore? I think we shall. The Golden Company by Zora Mormont is the first thing that we're gonna be
When
hearing
I fled
about.
Westeros,
Oh damn, that's
I
loud.
washed up where most his grace knights do. The Golden Company. The best of the Eastern Sellsword companies for what that's worth. 20,000 battle-hardened men, horses, and even elephants, ready to kill their employers.
That's
enemies,
the
no matter the
army
cause,
that
no
Cersei
matter the result.
is banking on, right?
The Golden Company began as revenge. On his deathbed, a Targaryen king legitimized all his bastards, either to buy his way into the Seven Heavens or spite the family left behind. As everyone knew would happen, his great bastards weren't satisfied with their father's name and wanted his throne as well, under the banner of the new House Blackfyre. Their true-born brothers disagreed. When the Blackfyres lost the Civil War, they fled to Essos to gather a new army in return for what was theirs. But wars cost money, and Aegor Rivers, the leader of the Blackfyre forces who now called himself Bittersteel, decided he could sell his army's services to other lords while waiting to return to Westeros. The Golden Company
Then
was
he realized
born.
how much money
For their words, they
there
chose
was to make in that
beneath
business.
the gold, the bitter
So he
steel,
forgot all about Westeros.
to
I'm
remind
guessing.
themselves that they weren't just hired killers, but knights of Westeros who'd one day retake their home. They never tried, because they were too successful as sellswords. When Qohor declined to pay the new Golden Company for its services, Bittersteel dared what even the Dothraki failed to do, and sacked the city.
Damn.
After filling the company's coffers, he declared that unlike all other sellswords, the Golden Company would never break a contract. So they haven't. But they also don't take contracts unless the odds are heavily in their favor. Cowardly, perhaps, but far from foolish. Quite a few wars have ended with one side learning the Golden Company agreed to fight on
Right,
the
it
other.
helps the
Though it's
reputation,
not
it helps the
just their
promotion
reputation that
of
scares
their
off
brand.
the enemies.
Right.
For some, it only takes one look at the captain's war tent surrounded by the gilded skulls of former captains, many splintered with the wounds that killed them. Any sellswords who'd waste that much gold must have a lot of it, and nobody pays in defeat. Could the Golden Company ever take Westeros?
Nope.
They get more practice fighting than the average knight, and their elephants could
Do
make
they
a
get
mess on a
practice
battlefield.
fighting against dragons?
But men who fight for gold will never fight as hard as men who fight for home. I should know. I've done one. Now I do the other.
See, they have no chance. They have no chance. Like, I've been through this.
The Citadel of Old Town
We-
is
I
the
talked
greatest
about this,
centre
I
of learning
believe.
in the world.
Like,
Not that it has much competition, really.
so what if
Most
if
lords think of
Cersei
books
gets
the way
the
they think of
army?
younger sons.
So what?
Useful to have around, as long as they keep to the corners. Back when House Hightower still ruled Old Town as kings, a crippled younger son sought solace in books and those who wrote them, and became the greatest patron of learning in his day. Scholars of all sorts flocked to Old Town to debate and write and debate. After this Prince Paramore's death, his brother granted land to Paramore's pets, as the wise men were called. though now they're known
Pets?
as maesters.
Pets?
Like the Night's Watch, the Citadel accepts any boy into its halls, be he a lordling, peasant or bastard. Merit, not birth, determines advancement. Once a novice proves adept in a field, he forges a chain link that signifies his skill. Black iron is for ravenry, gold for sums and accounts, silver for healing, iron for warfare, Valyrian steel for the higher mysteries. Magic, though nobody likes to say the word in the Citadel, or explain how dragons fly or dead men walk. Once an acolyte has forged enough links to make a
Isn't
chain,
this
he
ironic?
becomes
Weren't
a
maesters
Should he
initially
continue
just
his studies, he might rise to
magicians
Archmaester
in a
and be
sense?
given a ring, rod, and mask forged from the appropriate metal for his chosen field. The wisest, or most ambitious of the Archmaesters might even be called to serve as a Grand Maester on the small council, responsible for steering the king and the realm, as well as keeping the Citadel informed of everything.
as well as being
The
a fucking
heart of the
nuance.
Citadel is the library, which contains tomes from all over the world on every subject imaginable, from the trivial to the essential to the restricted. If the world ended tomorrow, we could rebuild it with the knowledge contained in these books. Theoretically. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But as every novice learns, the Citadel is more than a building.
So it's like the
More than a
library of
library,
Alexandria or
more than
something?
the Order of Maesters.
Makes sense.
It is an idea that we may know the world. Not completely, not in any one man's lifetime, but piece by piece. With each generation building upon the knowledge of their predecessors where they can, and preserving it where they can't. And, unfortunately for us all, forgetting it when they shouldn't.
Oh, two back-to-back Samuel Tarlis we're getting here. Hello, River Miss Faye. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hope your Sunday morning is going great. You thought you escaped myself. I'll never escape that motherfucker. His ghost is gonna haunt me for the rest of the show. I'm almost certain. Yep, that's the one. You're talking about the army. But yeah, the fact that Pycelle was supposed to be like the best of them, quote unquote, just speaks volume to all maesters across the entire kingdom. And yeah, it's not a good look, guys. You should be so happy that he has since been replaced. Although he's been replaced by someone that you all kicked out of the Citadel, so I guess there's no saving Maester PR by this point. But yeah, very unfortunate for the Maesters that Pycelle was their grand representative.
The Maesters don't believe in prophecy, with good reason. The children of the forest supposedly could see into the future, yet were surprised by the first men who nearly ended their race, and the long night, which nearly ended us all.
Why are they dissing
posit that the children's magical
the
sight
children
was
of the
invented
forest
long
like
after
this?
they vanished from Westeros, by singers hoping to thrill peasant girls. Not that most Maesters have much experience in what does or doesn't do that. When Aegon the Conqueror came to the Iron Islands, the priest King Lodos claimed his divine father, the Ironborn's drowned god, had shown him krakens pulling Aegon's ships into the deep. No krakens ever arrived, and even if they had, they wouldn't have stopped Aegon and his dragons without wings of their own. Confused, Lodos filled his pockets with stones and walked into the sea to take counsel with his father. Thousands followed him, but apparently the drowned god didn't appreciate a crowd. Their corpses washed upon the Iron Islands for years. According to legend, House Targaryen survived the doom of Valyria thanks to Daenys the Dreamer, who foresaw the calamity and convinced her father to flee their homeland. It could be true. The Targaryens were always a bit more. But as Maester Yendel points out, in the east the Targaryens were one of 1,000 minor noble families, and in Westeros they became kings. Politics, not prophecy, could have drawn them to our shores.
Yep.
Politics can also explain the prophecies of Daemon Blackfyre II, a Targaryen bastard rumoured to possess the family gift. While posing as a hedge knight, he told a future Lord Commander of the Kingsguard that he dreamt of a dragon hatching at White Walls Castle and took it as a sign that he'd win the Iron Throne. Perhaps if he'd slept a bit longer, he'd have dreamt of the King's Hand putting down his rebellion a day later, before it even began.
Wow.
Most maesters dismiss all Targaryen claims of prophecy as mystic nonsense, a relic of their Eastern ancestry. To be fair, across the Narrow Sea there isn't a market without a warlock from Karth telling fortunes or a shadowbinder from Ashai reading fates in blood. Or so I hear. From the maesters. But when I was a boy, I overheard the cook whispering to a maid about a woods witch camping outside Horn Hill who was called Maggie the Frog. Now I realise it was probably a corruption of the Eastern word for wizards, Maggie. One day my father rode out hunting, though no game was in season, and whatever power she had likely didn't save her. Even the wisest maesters, however, have no answer for the Red Priests who prophesy about the return of the Long Night. For thousands of years, they've kept watch for the return of the prince who was promised, who will be born amid salt and smoke to drive off the darkness once again.
Is he a ham?
Prince of
Iconic
what
line.
realm, promised by whom and to whom? The prophecy doesn't say, but at the very least it confirms that not even Essos escaped the Long Night. I imagine the cataclysm must have confused the East. Unlike Westeros, they wouldn't have known of the Night King, or the White Walkers, or the war waged by the first
That
men
is
children
true.
of the
They are
forest.
so unprepared.
They would have just seen a terrible winter descend and linger far too long until spring magically returned to the world. Yet somehow, maybe from passing merchants, maybe in their fires, the Red Priests saw the truth. Now the truth is here again, for anyone to see. But the maesters refuse. They debate and question and doubt, not to choose the wisest course, but because they're too used to doing nothing else. Most
Right.
prophecies might be lies, but not all of them. The Long Night is coming. If we don't believe that, well, we won't need any prophecy to tell us our future.
Ooh, that last shot when there was everything else had faded and they kept the White Walker eyes. I love that type of shit. So good. We met Maggie the Frog, the witch that told Cersei her prophecy. Oh, that was her, and the prophecy is coming true. So, as some very well said, some prophecies might have been lies. Emphasis on might. Who knows? But some are actually like they come to fruition. So I'm guessing, like I'm thinking, has more to do with who is making the prophecy. Like, do they actually have the ability, or are they just selling dreams to gullible people, right? Has anyone else watched John Bradley Samuel read the chapter of John and Ygritte in that cave? It's spicy, and watching Sweet Sam read is wild. Is what Sweet Sam read it is wild. Where is that? Where can we find that? The actress also played in The Witcher. She played. Wait, was she? I had seen season 1 of The Witcher. I didn't watch season 2 because it came out like 2 years after season 1 for whatever fucking reason. She was like a queen, wasn't she, in The Witcher? Right, Heather? Am I thinking of the right actress? The prophecy is something which probably should have been discussed a little more in the show. It was so key to Cersei's behavior. I think they... Yeah, I understand what you're talking about, Archangel. I think that they did a good job, because, right, if you actually like remember the prophecy, yeah, they touched on it very briefly with that opening scene that they did with when Cersei was little. But you know, if you kept it in your mind, right, you can understand. You can then like use it to understand Cersei's actions a little bit better, I suppose. Why she was so hell bent on destroying anybody who would even guess or even like imagine possibly being queen, right, or inserting themselves in her family's business. You can do that with just that opening scene of them just showing the witch telling her the prophecy. But they could have just touched it maybe a little bit more. It could have been mentioned maybe a little bit more. But again, has Cersei told anybody else about that prophecy? Marzo, don't worry. Of course, Floki needs you much more than we do here, right now. Don't worry about leaving whenever you need. Agreed, Angel, and there was so much more to it. It's on YouTube. You're talking about the Sam reading, the actor. James, my goodness. That's. I hope it's nothing too serious, my goodness. Obviously, don't even think about it. Man, just my best wishes to your father. That's horrible. That's horrible. Horrible news. My guy, don't even think about it. Well, the prophecy was episode 1, season 5. Yeah. People, especially, I can imagine, especially when you watch this, like when it was airing, a lot of time had passed since that episode when they touched on it. Yeah, I can see that. I can understand that. Oh wow, James. At least he was able to like be in somewhat good spirits about it, I guess. But my god, that's just horrible news, man. But I'm glad that he was hospitalized and he's at least being monitored and taken care of right now. It explains why Cersei thought Margaery was the queen in the prophecy who would destroy her family. Hence the extreme measures. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Man, James, just wishing the best to Dad, honestly. Yeah, please let us know. If you can, if you're able. That's horrible, man. Wow. Man, that fucked me up. Honestly. James, like, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but like, I would go to see my father, man. Unless you're like far away, which would like be a very, very long trip. But yeah, man, just my wishes to your dad, honestly. Hopefully it's nothing like serious, like hopefully it's just provisionary, you know?
In its time, the dragon...
Oh, the dragon pit was what we saw in when they had their truce meeting, right? That's where they had their when they met Dany and Cersei. Yeah, James, like, I think he would be glad to see you as well, regardless. Exactly. Old people are super secretive, especially about their health. Especially about their health, man. If you don't quiz them, if you don't insert yourself, like, they're not gonna tell you. If they're your family, they don't want to worry you. They don't want to, like, you know. Sometimes they might even feel like they're a burden or something. Just no, James, don't even. No, obviously, no, don't think about that at all. Don't think about that at all. Okay. That's good. That's very good to hear, James. That's very good to hear. Yeah, absolutely. Don't think it's a mood killer, James. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
It was a marvel of the world. Full-grown Targaryen dragons nested beneath its massive dome. And even on the darkest nights, the walls seemed to glow with the fire of the great beasts inside.
As had the site's previous occupant, the Sept of Remembrance, when Maegor the Cruel blasted it with dragon fire during morning prayers. The screams of the dying men echoed through King's Landing all day, and a pall of ash and smoke hung over the city for a week.
But as it dissipated, so too did the rebellion of the Faith Militant. The Sept of Remembrance faded from memory, and Maegor decided to replace a monument to the gods with a monument to his family, the Dragon Pit.
Labor proved elusive, however, for after the Red Keep was finished, Maegor had hosted a 3-day feast for all the builders, stonemasons, and carpenters who had worked to build it. At its conclusion, he slaughtered them, so that only he would know the castle's secrets. So many men fled the construction of the Dragon Pit that Maegor was forced to employ the prisoners of the city dungeons, supplemented by skilled and ignorant builders from across the narrow sea.
For more than a century, the Targaryens housed their dragons in the Dragon Pit. But dragons are not horses to be stabled or
right. That's
to be
why they
kennelled.
said they just
with each
eventually
generation,
just
the dragons
got
became
smaller and smaller,
less massive, less swift, less long-lived.
Imagine like having these creatures and then just doing this to them. Like, you're dooming your own, like, first of all, you doomed the Targaryens, obviously, because they were the dragons were the source of their power, right? And like, I like how they're showing this. Dany almost fell into the same trap when she had locked away 2 of your dragons, right? during that period that she did. She was falling into the same trap.
And less invulnerable. During the Dance of Dragons, 2 Targaryen factions killed a handful of their family's dragons while fighting each other.
Stupid.
A frenzied mob even broke into the dragon pit and slaughtered the 5 dragons chained there, though the last managed to bring down the roof of the Great Dome on its assailants. The dragons never recovered their former strength or numbers. Perhaps their line had been too broken, or perhaps others intervened to break it further. But the last dragon grew no larger than a cat, and its death earned Aegon, third of his name, the epithet Dragonbane.
What is a dragon pit without dragons?
So, wait. Dragonbane was his epithet. So, why was Tormund Giantbane? What's the correlation here? We were just talking about Tormund's epithet being Giantbane. Guys, let me know.
The roof remained where it had fallen. The great bronze doors rusted and fell off their hinges. Prostitutes cavorted where fantastic creatures had once fed and slept. Then came Daenerys. Now dragons once again darken the sky, but they will never darken the dragon pit again.
Yes, Danny.
Daenerys has learned the folly of chaining her dragons.
Yes, I just talked about it.
The dragon pit is and will remain a ruin of a bygone age, when kings and queens flew high above their country.
2 dragons now, but yeah. Why are we talking about Castle Rock all the way in season 7, Jamie? Maegor was out of control. You'd love to see a series of Maegor? You find out about Giantsbane? Okay, good to know. Tormund should be giant baby from history. Oh, you deleted it, Archangel? Was it spoilery? Oops, I read it. Yes, fuck them up, Danny. The dragons will never be chained again after you kinda chained them, but after that, no, never again. Never again. Let's see what Jamie has to say about his.
A huntsman once tracked a lion that was terrorizing his village all the way to its den. Though armed with only a spear, the man managed to kill both the lion and its mate, but spared the cubs. This mercy so pleased the old gods that they sent a shaft of sunlight deep into the cave, gleaming off golden walls. The hunter became a miner and built a ring fort to guard his new wealth. Nobody ever asks what happened to the cubs. Maybe the gods forgot about them and they starved. Maybe there never were any cops, a lion, a hunter. Doesn't matter. Someone found enough gold in that cave to buy whatever truth he wanted.
True.
Along with a castle that he'd name after his new family. Casterly Rock. Thanks to that gold, Casterly Rock soon became the largest, wealthiest, and best defended castle in Westeros. An army that struggled up the main approach would still have to climb thick, high, and well-defended walls. Should they choose instead to lay siege, the sea helpfully carved a massive cave beneath the castle, which over time became a private port complete with docks, wharves, and shipyards. And so, to this day, even with all the gold in Westeros to tempt invaders, Casterly Rock has never fallen.
Well,
At
about
least,
that.
not in battle. The castle is sadly all that remains of its namesake family, the Casterlys. According to another legend, my ancestor, Lan the Clever, swindled the castle from them. The most common story is that he found a hidden cleft in the rock and snuck into the castle. At night, he whispered threats into sleeping ears, howled in the darkness, planted one brother's treasures in the room of another, and so forth. By the end of his games, the Casterlys believed a demon was haunting their home, and fled. My brother prefers a different version. Lan the Clever did find a secret entrance into the rock, but used it to have his way with the Casterly maidens. Eventually, the girls gave birth to golden-haired bastards, and the Casterlys had no choice but to accept their father into the family. In gratitude, he changed the family name to honor himself, and House Lannister was born. The Casterlys used the gold of the rock to become lords. The Lannisters became kings. For thousands of years, the Kingdom of the Rock ruled the Westerlands. When the Ironborn became a nuisance, my ancestors sailed to the Iron Islands and returned with 100 Ironborn hostages, promising to hang one from the rock every time the Ironborn dared raid our shores.
Wow.
The Ironborn stayed away. Well, after 20 or so. When the Andals arrived after sweeping across the rest of Westeros, we invited their sons and daughters into the rock as squires and court ladies. I don't think we ever had to hang any of them. Finally, Aegon the Conqueror defeated us on the Field of Fire, and my ancestor knelt. Still, little changed but titles and taxes. For when Visenya Targaryen saw the rock, she gave thanks that my ancestor had met Aegon on the field. Even Dragonflame would have washed over the castle like the waves and left just as much a mark. But now the mines are dry, and Casterly Rock is just that, a rock. Our gold has passed into legend just like the merciful huntsman and Lan the Clever. As will our family if we lose this war. Unlike the Casterlys, however, we won't even have a castle to remember our name.
Wow. Tywin's worst nightmare, right? Has to be. What's worse for Tywin? Tyrion being the last remaining Lannister, or the Lannister name just not existing at all? What would be the worst case scenario for Tywin? Guys, what do you think? But yeah. So the mines and stuff we already knew. The story about them hanging from one hostage from the Iron Islands on a rock, like for each attempt, that was crazy. It reminded me very much of like Bolton practices, if I'm being honest. Vanishing completely, yeah, I think so too, Archangel. That would be the worst case scenario for Tywin. I agree. But like the Lannisters being known as like dwarfs for the rest of time, that would also, I feel like, be something that Tywin specifically would not like. Us would absolutely love dwarf Lannister families. Your name will disappear, your words will disappear, your house will disappear. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see, the Reigns of Castamere. The song, right? That's the song.
When disciplining unruly vassals, most lords sent armies. My father Tywin only had to send a singer. There's no faster way to dull a vassal's ambition or any festive occasion than hearing the Reigns of Castamere. The House Reign of Castamere was an old and proud house that was slowly sinking back into the muck. Their mines had run dry. Without gold, they turned to a more common source of wealth: daughters. Lady Ellen Rain was betrothed to my great-uncle, but when he fell in battle, Lady Ellen sought comfort in his twin brother
Cersei had this conversation about the story with Marjorie at some point.
Then the husband, who had shared his twin's wife, shared his twin's death on a different battlefield. Lady Ellen flung herself at the new, and married, heir to the rock. But my grandfather Titus was more kitten than lion. He ran away and told his wife of Lady Ellen's designs, and Lady Ellen soon found herself married off to Walter and Tarbeck, lord of another failing house. The Rains and Tarbecks should have sunk into obscurity together, and they would have if not for my grandfather becoming Lord of Casterly Rock. At first, the Westerlands laughed with the laughing lion, as the jovial Titus was called. But when men realized this lion had neither teeth nor claws, they started to laugh at him. None laughed harder than the Reynes and Tarbeks. Though Lady Ellen was no longer welcome at Casterly Rock, Titus didn't refuse her brothers, Roger and Reynard Reyne, not even when they asked for extravagant loans. Thanks to our family's gold, Lady Ellen restored Tarbek Hall to a splendor she hadn't known since being cast out of our home. When my grandfather broached the subject of repayment, Roger and Reynard only laughed. And soon enough, my grandfather was laughing along with them. Then my father Tywin returned from the War of the Nine Penny Kings, where he'd seen how the rest of the realm sniggered at House Lannister. Determined to restore our proper place, my father demanded the immediate repayment of all debts to the Rock, or a hostage from those who couldn't pay. Reynard Reyne merely laughed when he received the Raven. Lord Walder and Tarbek chose to ride to Casterly Rock, sure that he could cow Lord Titus into rescinding my father's commands. He could have, except it wasn't Titus who met him at the gates, but my father, who had Lord Walderman thrown into a dungeon. Lady Ellen protested. The Reynes threatened war, and finally my grandfather broke and released Lord Tarbek with an apology no less. As if bathing himself in shame, Titus further forgave all the Tarbek debts to our house. To celebrate the end of hostilities, Lord Roger feasted Titus at Castamere, and the two lords proclaimed their friendship for eternity. My father allowed eternity to last a year. When he summoned the Reynes and Tarbeks to Casterly Rock to answer for their crimes, they rose in revolt, exactly as he expected. Their defiance gave him a pretext to call his banners and ride for Tarbek Hall and Castamere with an army behind him. He didn't even bother to inform my grandfather. My father's army descended on the Tarbek so quickly that Lord Walderan had no time to gather his forces and rode against my father with only his household knights. Soon, his head, his sons' heads, and the heads of any man with Tarbek blood adorned the spears of the Lannister vanguard as it marched to Tarbek Hall. At their approach, Lady Ellen Tarbek closed her gates and sent ravens to her brothers at Castamere. She assumed
why is
they had more
Rapunzel
than
in
enough
this
time
image
to muster
with
their
her
armies
hair,
and
though?
break what would be a long siege. My father had trebuchets up in a day and brought down the keep within hours. Lady Ellen and her son were crushed in its fall. When the Tarbek forces surrendered, my father put their castle to the torch.
Aven Clinance Jail για βαθύ καθαρισμό. Λιγότερες ατέλειες από την πρώτη εφαρμογή. Aven.
Way to ruin the mood.
50ο φεστιβάλ νέο διηγητή. Το μεγαλύτερο.
Roger Reyne arrived with his army just in time to see the flames consuming his sister's home. He charged my father's camp, hoping surprise would win out over my father's greater numbers. It didn't. With half his men dead on the field and a crossbolt in his back.
Listen, you gotta respect Tywin a little bit,
to
you know,
Castamere.
for what he
The
did for
Lannister
the name
host
of his
arrived
family.
at Castamere 3 days later. Like Casterly Rock, the seat of House Reyne had begun as a mine. When the gold gave out, the mine shafts were widened into halls, galleries, and bedchambers deep beneath the earth. The Reyne brothers didn't have the men to defend the castle walls and retreated into their underground stronghold. From this relative safety, they offered terms to my father to avoid a long siege. My father didn't reply. Instead, he commanded that the mines be sealed with stone and soil until there was no way in and no way out. When that was completed, it took less than a day to dam the stream beside the castle and only 2 to divert it to the nearest mine entrance. The Reynes had taken more than 300 men, women, and children into the mines. A few guards reported hearing faint screams and shouts below them one night, but come dawn, the earth was silent once again.
Wow.
And now the rain weeps over their halls, with no one left to hear.
I like how they also played this song faintly in the background, man. You know, that type of shit that will restore like the fear of your family name quite swiftly. Acts like that will do that. It will work. It will work. All I can think of is Kathleen realizing which song was playing just before things went off. Yeah. Imagine having your own theme song as you're about to do some fuck shit. That's basically what it is. That's basically what it is. I kinda respect it, I'm not gonna lie. I kinda respect it. He has his own, like, he built his family his own theme song. Cersei's new crown has a sun on it, just like the imagery we're seeing here. What does the sun, like, what is the meaning behind it? What does it represent? Or is it just a nod to a family, like, a great family's, like, imminent collapse or something? Prime time was the definition of fuck around and find out. Prime time. But listen, as I said, he restored his family's name very quickly. And I will give him props for that, I'm not gonna lie. And what did we learn? Don't mess with Tywin unless he's in the toilet and you have a loud crossbow. And you are his son, right? If you go back and watch season 2, you'll realize Tyrion is whistling the song a lot in that season. Oh wow. I mean, listen, if my family had a theme song and that people knew, I would go around whistling the entire time, obviously. Like, I'm not blaming Tyrion. Like, it's one of the coolest things ever to have a theme song for your family. It's kind of crazy. Tywin is your sister's favorite Game of Thrones character? I can say that. I can say that. A lot of people really like Tywin. A lot of people really like Tywin. A lot. And like I said, I did not like the things that he was doing, but I respected him, you know. Out of all the Lannisters, well, outside of like what he was doing with Tyrion, I did not respect that at all. But you know, the way he was running things, you know, he was a pretty fierce decision maker, strategist, ruler, all of it. You know, that was his position. He was like, he was comfortable in it. He was born to be what he ended up being, it seemed like. A friend of yours went to Comic-Con and got to wear Cersei's crown, like the actual crown that she was wearing, that Lena Headey was wearing in the show, or is it like a replica of Cersei's crown? King's Landing was weakened so bad when Tywin died. Everything like went to shit for them after Tywin's death. Everything. Swiftly too. Hell, the Tyrells were weakened after Tywin died somehow. The Tyrells like felt like Tywin's death started their downfall as well. I believe it means being reborn after all your enemies have been dealt with. I can see that, Barry. I can see that. That's a good interpretation of that. I think Arya was the only one who went toe-to-toe with Tywin in conversation. He admired that. It isn't that crazy that a 12-year-old girl was the one that went toe-to-toe with Tywin in conversation. Not Cersei, not Jaime, not Tyrion. 12-year-old Arya. And Lady Olenna, very well said. Very well said. Lady Olenna went toe to toe. I also remember Tywin saying that he did not like Robert Baratheon, because of the way he would talk to him, and like he would be touching him a lot and stuff. So I assume Robert was also somebody who was able, if not go toe to toe strategy wise, he could definitely handle Tywin. I feel like in a way that I feel cheated that we didn't see Robert and Tywin interact in the show, honestly. Because I feel like Robert would be able to like handle quote unquote Tywin as well pretty well. It was fun watching Tywin put Joffrey in check, absolutely. Both times. Sending him to bed early, telling him it's way past his bedtime, and the moment that he walked up the throne and kind of like towered over him, as he was basically giving him a lesson of, listen, I ran sit around here, you don't run sit, I run sit, so you're gonna do what I say, when I say it, how I say it. That was pretty dope. A soap prop, the crown, Cersei's crown, that's dope. If it was an actual prop, that's amazing. Olenna lost actually, but Oberyn and Cersei were able to set him up. Yeah, I feel like though intellectually, like they were, Olenna and Tywin, they were pretty close. I feel like just Tywin had more hands to play when it came to their back and forths. She had more cards to play when it came to him and Olenna. It wasn't necessarily just him outsmarting her, he just had more assets to work with in their back and forth. Yeah, Oberyn as well. But in the end, Oberyn got pretty badly, you know? And Cersei, did she ever really? The only time was when she told him about her and Jaime. That was pretty much it. Everything else, Tywin was just listening to her and was like, here she goes again, this damn idiot, thinking she knows more than she does. The only time that Cersei kind of like one-upped Tywin was when she told him about her and Jaime. Honestly. She always patted him on the back. Yes, that's the line. That's the line about Tywin and Robert, yes. First Tywin scene we get is him skinning a stag, yeah. Mad Creek guy, can you please watch The Golden Child? What is that? What is that? Is it a movie? Oberyn got cocky, his hubris got him? Yeah. Yeah. But I just feel like Oberyn and Tywin looked down on Oberyn. I'm not saying that he was correct in his assumption, but it just felt in their scenes that Tywin always knew that he could deal with Oberyn, which in the end he did, although it was again by Oberyn's own mistake, right? But I didn't get like in their back and forth that Tywin was really feeling threatened by Oberyn. I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, it's an 80s Eddie Murphy movie. Okay. I'll have it in mind. Wait, what are we watching? The Hand of the King, okay. By Littlefinger? You mean Snake?
What the king dreams, the hand of the king builds. Or, so say the kings, the hands, and the lords who wish to be hands. The lowborn put it differently. The king eats, and the hand takes the shit. The fact is, most kings hate ruling. We shouldn't blame them. Their only qualification is blood.
That's a line
so,
that
naturally,
Jamie
they're
told
wary of a seat made of blades.
Ned.
Far better to find other men to rule in their stead. But how should a king select his hand? Family? One king chose his brother, Prince Maegor, a warrior who was proud and arrogant. Maegor agreed to marry the High Septon's niece to unite the faith and the crown, but then secretly wed a second wife, in Valerian ceremony, artfully combining bigamy and heresy. And when word of it got out, the king was forced to exile Maegor and choose a Septon as his new hand. But the damage had been done. The king had trusted in family, and his brother had set off a rebellion that would claim his rule and his life. Strength? As little more than a boy, Sir Criston Cole replaced the legendary Sir Riam Redwine on the King's Guard and soon rose to Lord Commander. But knights only know one way to settle disputes. When Prince Aegon's father died, Sir Criston slit the throat of an advisor who objected to Aegon's ascension over his aunt, the anointed heir. His actions so pleased the new king, Aegon, second of his name, that he appointed Sir Criston as his hand in the ensuing civil war, called the Dance of Dragons. Neither Sir Criston
That's something
nor
that
the king,
House of
nor
Dragon
even
touches
the
on, right?
Targaryen
The Civil
dragons
War.
would survive it. Perhaps it's no surprise that the wisest king in the history of Westeros made the wisest choice for his hand. The son of a lowly blacksmith, Septon Barth had few options for advancement in the world, and even fewer after his family gave him to the faith as a child. But as royal record keeper, Barth impressed the king so much that the king, defying all his high-born advisors, made Septon Barth his hand. 40 years of prosperity ensued. So much did Barth accomplish that many lords and commoners credited him with sorcery. No other explanation could they accept for a man without blood or skill at arms.
Imagine being
Barth
so
had
good at
was
your
rarer
job that
than both.
they call you a wizard.
A sharp mind.
Crazy.
Years later, the realm had no sharper mind than Lord Tywin Lannister, hand to King Aerys Targaryen, or, as history remembers him, the Mad King. He saw assassins and plots in every shadow, heard whispers in silence,
This is a
and
crazy
burned men
picture.
alive. But his greatest madness by far was driving away Lord Tywin. The Mad King then cycled through every mistake of his ancestors. Soldiers, toadying lords, and at the end even an alchemist, perhaps to save the crown's growing expenses on wildfire. Unfortunately, it didn't save his crown or his dynasty. The new King Robert chose his foster father, Lord Jon Arryn, as his hand. The wisest decision Robert ever made.
Until
Not that
you
it had
came
many
along.
rivals. Too bad it proved so fatal.
Yeah, bitch.
Lord Arryn was a man of honor from an ancient and proud family. But honor is no shield against the corruption of the capital, as Lord Arryn's successor, Ned Stark, learned as well.
So he took
Perhaps
down
the
two
hand
hands
of the
kings.
king is a flawed idea.
If we think
Westeros
about
needs
it.
a ruler who can rule, who builds what he dreams himself. A king who can't govern his kingdom is no king.
And guess
The hand
who
who
is
shits
not
on a
gonna be
man
that?
eats is an arse.
Guess who's never gonna be that, Baelish? You. Bitch. The king sits and the hand wipes. Yes, that's what Jaime told Ned. I'm so glad Baelish's plans never came to fruition. I'm so glad that he had such a long map and like such a long plan like in his head of him eventually sitting on the Iron Throne, and none of that shit even came close. So happy. So happy.
The Tyrells claim Highgarden, but they didn't build it. They claim descent from the first king of the Reach, but only through the female line. The truth is that House Gardner built Highgarden when they ruled the Reach as kings, not lords. And as their name attests, they were the true heirs of Garth the Gardener, who founded their house and the kingdom, and brought law and order to the Reach. He built Highgarden as a fortress, not a pleasure palace. In those dark days, the Ironborn raided up and down the Mander at will, and the Dornish were even more trouble than they are now. While enduring shame, a Dornish army once sacked Highgarden and destroyed the Oaken Seat, the living throne of the Gardener Kings planted by Garth Greenhand himself. The Gardeners responded wisely, sending armies of their own to pacify and defend the countryside. My ancestors at Horn Hill joined them, as did the other great families of the Reach. Even House Hightower yielded without a fight, choosing marriage into House Gardener over a war that would weaken us against outsiders. But the outsiders still came. The Andals swept across Westeros, destroying many ancient families and kingdoms. When the invaders arrived at the Reach, led by Sir Alistair Tyrell, House Gardener chose accommodation over battle, hoping honors and marriages would sate the foreigners' ambitions. The Tyrells were welcomed into service as hereditary stewards of Highgarden. Thousands of years later, they repaid the Gardeners for their acceptance. When Aegon Targaryen declared that Westeros was now his, King Mern IX allied with King Loren Lannister of the Westerlands. Together, they fought to save Westeros from another foreign barbarian, whose family practices put decent men to shame. But the dragons won. The Field of Fire claimed Mern and all his sons, grandsons, and brothers. Instead of using the castle for what it was built to do, Harlan Tyrell surrendered it to Aegon without a fight.
They would have boiled
In
alive.
exchange, Harlan
just like
was
you
given
died.
the castle his family had served for thousands of years, with all its attendant lands and lords, including my family. Perhaps the Tyrells were great once, but Harlan gave away their honor when he opened gates that weren't his to open, and to a foreign invader.
This man is just his
Ever
character
since
is
there
just
hasn't been a Lord Tyrell
xenophobia.
who wasn't a mockery of the title.
That's his character.
Women rule that house. Everybody knows it.
And sexism.
And look what it's wrought.
Okay.
Their proper lord, heir, and queen dead, leaving only a shrunken old woman who forgets her loyalties to the realm either in grief or dotage. But her thorns won't protect her more than any other rose when the hand comes to rip them out.
Very cool imagery again. But yeah, we don't give a fuck what Sam's father has to say. Honestly, I'm so glad he burned. Cause like, who are you even to talk? Like, the most impressive aspect of your family is that your son that you rejected killed a White Walker. That's where your family actually got some reputation in my eyes, you know? Sam is the reason your family is even worth anything to me. So, who cares about your family and that they surrendered the lands of your family? Who gives a shit? Honestly. I once saw that the Mad King was infatuated with Tywin's wife, Joanna, and questionable that Tyrion could be a Targaryen. Tywin said once, since I cannot prove that you're not mine. Yeah, I remember that. So there's possibility that Tyrion is a Targaryen also? Right, Mama Cat, because Tyrion was able to like connect with the dragons, and they did listen to him instantly, and he did say that he always wanted the baby dragon, even ever since he was a little child. So yeah, I can see that. I can see that, honestly. I've heard that there is some credence with the dragons and the disdain Town had for him. Yeah. Randall is garbage. Absolutely total garbage. Tyrion's hair was almost platinum. Targaryen is in season 1, and they quickly toned it down. Was it? It was always kind of blonde, honestly. There's actually rumors that Cersei and Jaime are in fact Targaryen. Okay, that's too much now. That's too much. Are you telling me that Tywin had no actual children of his own? Is this a Robert Baratheon type of situation? It would kind of explain the incest, wouldn't it? Though. It was way more yellow in season 1. Yeah, I almost feel like it lost its yellowness. Yeah, it became more brown, Tyrion's hair, absolutely. The Mad King often took his players where he pleased. Yeah, I guess it would be difficult to say no to the Mad King. Was Tywin shooting blanks? I understood what you meant, Heather. I understood. Cersei, Jaime, and Tyrion all being Targaryen would be crazy. But it wouldn't be completely out of like the realm of possibility, because as we see here, we're about to listen to Viserys speak again. It's been 6 seasons since we heard this motherfucker's voice, and like everything I know about the Targaryens from Game of Thrones right now is that everybody, well, not everybody, the most recent Targaryens outside of Dany were all pretty batshit insane. So like it wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility that Cersei and Jaime somehow, oh, and this incest, right? So it wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility. No. I always, initially it strikes me the wrong way hearing Cersei and Jaime being Targaryens, because I instantly think of Dany and I'm like, she's nothing like them, right? But then I have to think about Dany's just one Targaryen, right? And she seems to be the exception of the rest. So yeah. Well, now Jon also being a Targaryen and possibly Tyrion, it would, you know, it would make the Targaryens seem like appear better overall as people. Nah, they were insane. This is anti-tag propaganda. No, I didn't say they were insane. I didn't say they were insane necessarily, but they've been kind of shitty people. At least the ones that are like the immediate ones that we know related to Dany, at least, right? Her father, her brother, well, one of her brothers though. It is true, because she had more brothers that weren't like Viserys. So maybe the Targaryen propaganda has gotten to me. But yeah. And then there's another theory that Tyrion is Tywin's only blood child. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Well, something traumatized Tywin because he never remarried for over 30 years after his wife died in childbirth. Very abnormal not to remarry at his young age. Or maybe he was just, you know, deeply in love. You feel me? He was a romantic. He didn't want to remarry. Not an exception. It's flip of a coin. Yeah, that's what they said about the Targaryens. But I'm assuming that what River Miss Faye is referring to when she says it's just propaganda about the Targaryens. Hello, Sunny. Welcome to the stream. We are like 30 minutes in the history and lore, and I also did a questionnaire type thing about who is gonna be alive, dead, or a White Walker by the end of the show. So you're able to just go and rewatch that part of the stream when it's available after the stream has ended. Hope your Sunday is going great though, Sunny. You hate the flip of a coin line? Yeah, it's like it paints the Targaryens to be loose cannons, very much so. But Tywin put legacy over everything, not to remarry is odd. Yeah. Although, you need to think, right, Archangel, Tywin remarrying would mean that he would have to bring another family into the fold as well. And, you know, maybe he would feel like that would be a threat to the Lannisters in a way, possibly. Tywin was married to his first cousin. Maybe he couldn't love anyone closer to him than that. Right, he was married to his first cousin, right? So we have some incest shit going on as well here. Well, it's a line directly from the book. It's just not Cersei who says it. The flip a coin line. I think you have said this to me before, even Miss Faye, I believe. Tywin wasn't raising those babies though. Yeah, I can't imagine Tywin raising his children anyway. Or an alliance via marriage. Yeah. I'm not saying he was ever opposed to alliances, but maybe during that period he felt like, now I kind of have full control of this shit. Now that, you know, I don't have a wife. History backs it up. More than anything biology does, incest causes developmental defects. Yeah, I mean, it does, and it would make sense, right? But you can also say that maybe the people that were against the Targaryen rule, they would come up with this, like, rumor or like this line for the Targaryens, especially based on how the Mad King was, right? But let's see what Viserys has to say.
This world wasn't always so small and petty.
His fucking voice, man.
Thousands of years ago,
forgotten
while
how
the rest
fucking
of men
smug he was
prayed
for
to
no
gods,
reason.
the
How annoying his
Valyrians
voice was.
became them. Through magic or sheer will, they mastered the greatest creatures in history. A horse grants man dominion over the land, a ship over the sea. But dragons gave us the sky, and everything and everyone beneath it. At its height, my ancestors ruled the known world. Whatever parts we didn't weren't worth knowing. Our capital of Valyria shamed the magnificent cities of the east.
These houses are fucking amazing.
Were no match.
They're like
dragon
bird cages,
fire
but
and
like
sorcery. It was a city and an empire built to last until the end of
they
time.
go all the way up, like to the sky, right?
400 years ago, the doom fell on Valyria. Mountains cracked open like eggs, lakes and rivers boiled, fountains of fire, ash and smoke.
I can't believe they just
spewed
stole
from the
what
ground,
happened to the dinosaurs
so high
and applied it to
and so
dragons
hot
as well here.
that even dragons burned in flight. The land splintered, and the angry sea rushed in. In hours,
getting in one last
the
kiss at the end of the
greatest
world.
city in history
I dig it.
Became history. But my ancestors didn't burn or drown with the rest of their race. 12 years before the Doom, despite the sneers of his rivals, Aenar Targaryen abandoned the capital with his family. Legends claim that his daughter foresaw the destruction of the city
more
in a
prophecies.
dream. More likely, Einar met with some mishap at court and chose exile
I like how
over
they brought it back
execution.
what we learned
He and House Targaryen
about the
slipped
Citadel
away
and prophecies
to a
and
dreary, remote, god-forsaken island. Forsaken no longer. With arts now lost to the world, we transformed a tiny outpost into Dragonstone, a fortress fit for the last Dragon Lords. Then Einar's descendants settled into it like a tomb for their lost homeland. Until Aegon. When he looked east, he saw the past, old, tired, dead. But when he looked west, he saw the future. Gold in the ground, gold in the fields.
Such cool
and no dragons
lore,
in the
man.
sky, but
Such
his.
awesome mythos.
He and his sisters,
and world.
Rhaenys and Visenya, flew over the great continent, ostensibly visitors to a strange land. But when Aegon returned,
That's
he
the
ordered
table that
construction
Dany
of a
used
massive
to
table
strategize.
carved in the shape of Westeros, with all the notable rivers and mountains that they
That's
had seen.
awesome.
A personal map of the Seven Kingdoms, then ruled by 7 squabbling families. House Durrandon held the Stormlands from their seat at Storm's End, due south of Dragonstone. House Horror of the Iron Islands had also conquered and enslaved
What
the
type of
Riverlands
sigil is that?
and ruled them from Harrenhal, a monstrous castle rising on the shore of the God's Eye. House Stark held the frozen wasteland of the north, the oldest, largest, and emptiest of the kingdoms. House Lannister held the Westerlands, the wealthiest kingdom, thanks to their gold mines. House Gardner held the Reach, the second wealthiest kingdom, thanks to their crops. House Arryn held the Vale, or rather the Vale held them. The mountains were impassable except through the Bloody Gate, which had never been taken. House Martell held the deserts of Dorne, probably because no one else wanted them. Together, the 7 kingdoms made Westeros, a realm that wasn't yet a realm, ruled by great families who didn't know what
Why is
greatness
this so epic,
was.
man?
Aegon would teach them.
Even with Viserys narrating.
Oh, House Darren.
Or are they gonna go through the whole thing again? I'm so in for this. I'm so in for this. The Doom was an inside job? An inside job by who? I want a sequel that nobody's even talking about making. What sequel, James? Chuck, how are you doing, my man? Welcome to the stream. Hope your Sunday is going well. What series are you guys talking about? Are you talking about a series about these events? Because I would definitely also want to watch this. Oh, I see, James. I see. Good job not spoiling
themselves
it.
Storm Kings, they were little more than gusts. Their kingdom in the Stormlands had been doddering to its end for the past few centuries, helped along by other houses, most of all by House Horror, who were nearly finished with a monstrous castle at Harrenhal. Too large and too costly a seat to rule only the Riverlands. King Argilac knew where the Ironborn would soon turn. You'd think a king who wanted to keep his crown would be wary of a man with fire-breathing monsters. But King Argilac Durrandon wasn't called the Arrogant for nothing. Determined to arrest his family's decline, he sent an envoy to Dragonstone to enlist Aegon Targaryen and his dragons against his enemies. In exchange, Argilac offered lands he didn't have and a wife Aegon didn't need. For as the Valyrians did, Aegon had wed his elder sister Visenya. Then, as the Valyrians didn't, he took the younger Rhaenys as well. 2 sisters, 2 wives. Perhaps that's why he was so keen to get off Dragonstone. Aegon countered Argilac with courtesy. He sent his own envoy requesting that Princess Durrandon's hand be given instead to Aegon's closest friend and rumored half-brother, Orys Baratheon. Argilac answered with a box and a note. "These are the only hands your bastard shall have of me." Inside the box were the hands of Aegon's envoy. How long had Aegon been waiting for such a pretext? As his army prepared to sail, ravens flew to every great lord of the Seven Kingdoms. All bore the same message. From this day forth, there would be but one king in Westeros. Those who bent the knee to Aegon of House Targaryen would keep their lands and titles. Those who took up arms against him would be thrown down, humbled, and destroyed. Poor old Argilac.
That's what
he couldn't
Dany
even match
said,
Aegon in arrogance. Aegon landed at the mouth of the Blackwater River and raised a primitive Aegon fort in the disputed land between Harren's and Argilac's kingdom, so that neither could decide whose problem he was. Adopting the customs of the Seven Kingdoms, Aegon unfurled his own banner with a red three-headed dragon breathing fire upon a black field. Visenya crowned him with a ruby-studded circlet of Valyrian steel, while Rhaenys hailed him as the first High King the continent had seen since the Dawn Age. As his lords and the gathered locals cheered him, Aegon named his loyal friend to a small council, led by Orys Baratheon, whom he called my strong right hand. The title stuck, and a bastard became the first Hand of the King.
Oh.
But for now, Aegon's kingdom contained only a rocky island and a handful of fields. The other kings had larger armies, ships, castles, and thousands of years of rule.
But they did not
But
have
Aegon had dragons. He had chosen for the words of his house, fire and blood. Before he was done, the rivers, fields, and skies would turn red.
Okay, House Horror, Ironborn Kings of the Riverlands by Euron Greyjoy and Viserys Targaryen. So I'm guessing that they're gonna go like in order. It feels like that was cut a little bit short there though. Kinda like how it felt to me just then. Hope it didn't miss anything. Just got out of work, check. Nice, very, very nice. I'm doing very well myself. My back has just been hurting a lot. But other than that, it's been a good weekend for me. Any and every Game of Thrones series they could spin out to us, I'd be thrilled about. I agree. Honestly, at this point, I'm such a fan of this world that like I'm excited about doing House of Dragons, obviously, but then anything related to it, I'll be up for. Can't talk about it until the end of the next season. Okay, just have a mental note for that. Animated series, yeah, I have heard of the animated series in the works. You should just binge watch season 8 right now, get it over with. Chuck, please. I could stay for a few episodes. Let's do it. We could watch at least the first 3. Guys, we're not about to binge watch season 8 in this live stream. That's 3 votes for an immediate season 8 viewing. Let's rock and roll. First of all, like, I wouldn't be able to show you guys any of the actual footage without this stream being taken down immediately. For starters. Remember Panos episode 8? Turn the brightest up. Are you talking about episode 8 or are you talking about episode 3 of season 8? Turn the brightness up on your computer. As bright as I can. Okay. I got you. Oh my god, House of Dragons is so good. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it. Still haven't seen season 2. Ooh, you guys are making me hype now for House of Dragons as well. But it's on its time. We still have a wonderful season ahead. Do a Dark Woods maybe? What is a Dark Woods? You have your own copies? We could... Not today though, guys, because no. Sunday, I have to wake up early tomorrow. It's not gonna be good. Now, like... But I feel like it will be like kind of missing some of it if I'm not able to have the imagery as well for the reactions. I could do like a live reaction sometime maybe. We'll see during season 8. We'll see how we do it. We'll see how we do it. But nah, guys, it's not happening today. No way. No way. It's not really a huge spoiler though. It says that it would revolve around someone who survives, and I don't want to say who. Okay. Yeah, I understand. Like, if a spin-off or a series following a story after the events of Game of Thrones, obviously it would contain spoilers. James, absolutely. Season 8 would only take about 8.5 hours. That's shorter than most of these streams. Episode 3 of season 8. Okay, I got you, Mama God. For the record, you are a pro season 8er. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Enough with this pessimistic idea of that people don't like season 8. Hell no, I'm gonna love season 8. People told me that I wasn't gonna like season 7. It was like my favorite season of the show, so... Darker lighting, brighter screen. Okay. Discord, we can join you while you watch and record. I'll see what I can do about that. We'll see. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. You would sign up for Discord just for a live Greek Guy season 8 episode viewing? That would be ultra mega awesome. That's not a bad idea, actually, guys. That's not a bad idea. Could be like a Patreon thing or something. You like most of season 8, just don't like some of the choices that were made? We'll see about the Discord thing. I have to see how that would ideally work, but it's not a bad idea, guys. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, like, again, I'm gonna go into season 8 completely unbiased. I'm going into season 8 wanting to love it. I'm going into it wanting to love season 8. Absolutely. But let's see.
Aaron
what
of House Orr inherited a kingdom that stretched from the Iron Islands to the Triton. Too great a kingdom to rule from a castle as shitty as Pike. For 40 years, his Ironborn plundered the Riverlands for stone, timber, and slaves to build a seat worthy of him. Legend has it that masons laid the final stone in Harrenhal on the very day that Aegon landed in Westeros. Could have been a divine omen. Could have been the masons wanted to fuck off before the dragons got there. They weren't the only ones. At Aegon's approach, Harren's river lords revolted, led by House Tully. I thought Harren noticed. Harrenhal could repel an army of 1,000,000 men. No ladder could summit its walls, and no ram could shatter them. The castle was as impregnable as an old mate's cunt. Harren shut his gates around himself, his sons and his ironborn, and waited for Aegon's army to drain back into the muck. When Aegon finally
It
saw
always
the
amazes me
monstrous
how people
castle, he
underestimate
asked for
dragons
parley.
of all things.
Harren granted
They
it.
underestimate fucking dragons.
Valyria had been the greatest empire the world had ever seen. Harren wanted to piss on its ashes.
Yield now, and you may remain as Lord of the Iron Islands. Yield now, and your sons will live to rule after you. You see my army outside your walls. You see my dragons.
What is outside my walls is of no concern. Those walls are strong and thick.
Dragons fly.
But stone doesn't burn.
When
I
the
like
sun
this back and
sets,
forth.
your line shall end.
Harren spat and returned to his castle. Once inside, he promised lands, riches, and Tully's daughters to whoever could bring down Aegon or his dragon. As the sun sank below the horizon, all of Harren's men patrolled the battlements, hearing wings in every gust of wind. But the moon rose and sank, and no dragon appeared.
While the Ironborn were ringing the battlements, Aegon drove his dragon Balerion higher and higher in the night sky, so that even the great castle of Harrenhal looked like an anthill below them. Then they plunged straight into the castle, well inside the guarded walls. The 5 towers of Harrenhal reached towards Aegon like a hand. Balerion opened his mouth and bathed all the fingers in flame.
Harren was right. Stone doesn't burn,
but
men do, even when they're Ironborn. The dragon
You don't think she's so
blasted
funny?
my ancestors into ash that choked the survivors when they screamed. Harren's soldiers leapt from the battlements and died. They huddled against the walls and died. They fled across the yard and died. Harren and his sons took shelter inside the castle. The stone didn't burn, but as Balerion blasted it with fire, it glowed white hot. The world's greatest castle became the world's greatest oven, baking the last of House Horror within it.
Outside the castle walls, the towers of Harrenhal glowed red against the night and began to twist and melt like 5 huge candles, with liquid stone trickling down their sides like wax. The next morning, Aegon forged a new Riverlands. He named the rebel Edmund Tully as his Lord Paramount of the Trident, and had the other river lords swear him fealty as their new liege. For centuries, House Horror had terrorized the Riverlands. Under House Tully, the Riverlands would at last return to peace and prosperity. After the castle cooled enough to allow men inside, Aegon ventured into the ruin he'd made of Harrenhal. He saw the ashen bodies, the scorched stone, and the mangled and melted swords of his former enemies. To his men's confusion, he ordered these useless swords collected and sent to his Aegon fort.
So did he use those swords to build the throne? Were those like, was that the beginning of building that throne? The Iron Throne? Nobody can talk dirty like Euron Greyjoy. Yes. Nobody can talk dirty like Peace Greyjoy. I don't want to watch episodes live. I want you to pay attention only to the show. We'll see, the Queen. I'll see like how that could possibly work, and if I see that it probably wouldn't benefit the reaction, then I might still do them like I usually do. We'll see how it goes. Euron Greyjoy with his gold, his sours, and his golden sours. I'm so glad that Euron Greyjoy is catching on with you all. I'm super glad. You prefer the way Bronn talks dirty? Yeah. Euron is just uncouth, right? Keep watching, yes. Let's see.
While Aegon marched on Harrenhal after his coronation, Orys Baratheon had taken most of his forces and his queen Rhaenys with her dragon south to deal with the excuse for the invasion. Argilac the Arrogant, king of the Stormlands. Argilac had his seat at Storm's End, a castle considered the most impregnable in Westeros after Harrenhal. Argilac may have been arrogant, but he wasn't stupid or a coward. His lords advised him to shut his gates and wait out the siege. But he'd heard what had happened at Harrenhal.
Yes,
and refused
after
to
what
die
I
a sucking
after
pig
hearing that
cooked in
story,
his own
I surrender.
castle. He would meet victory or defeat the same way, with sword in hand. He called his banners and marched to meet Orys Baratheon in the field. Thanks to Rhaenyra's dragon, Meraxes, Orys knew Argilac was coming, how many men he had, and how fast he marched. So Orys simply seized the high ground and dug in on the hills to wait for Argilac. As the two armies approached, the wind rose to meet them and the rain poured from the sky, a gale which would give the battle its name, the Last Storm. King Argilac's lords urged him to wait for the weather to die down. But a Storm King saw that the rain was blowing into the faces of the Baratheon men on their hills. And Argilac outnumbered the Baratheon host 2-1, with 4 times as many knights and heavy horse. Argilac attacked. 3 times Argilac led his knights against the Baratheon line, but the hills were steep and the rain had beat the earth to mud. The war horses foundered and slipped, and the chargers collapsed. The battle seemed lost, until Argilac ordered his spearmen up the hill. Blinded by the rain, the Baratheons didn't see them until it was too late. One hill fell, then another, and another, until only one remained in the Baratheon center. If Argilac could break through there, he could split the invading army and flank both halves. Argilac and his men charged, and the Baratheon line broke.
But what?
Revealing Queen Rhaenys and Meraxes.
What about the dragon?
Argilac's vanguard burst into flame and his men panicked. The victory charge fell into chaos, and Argilac himself was thrown from his horse. But he didn't yield. When Orys Baratheon arrived, he found the old king holding off 6 men, another 6 dead at his feet. Orys dismounted to meet the king on equal footing and offered Argilac one final chance to yield. Argilac cursed him instead. As the storm raged around them, the grizzled old warrior and the bearded upstart fought for life and kingdom. In the end, Argilac got his wish. He died, sword in hand.
Okay.
As word of Argilac's death spread, his lords and knights threw down their swords and fled. Orys and his vanguard rode to Storm's End to claim Argilac's castle for Aegon, only to find the gates barred and the walls manned. Argilac's daughter had assumed his crown, and the new Storm Queen was as fond of yielding as her father.
Oh.
She declared that Orys would win only bones, blood, and ashes here. But her men were weaker than her.
This is the first time we've heard about her.
Orys found Argilac's daughter delivered, gagged, chained, and naked to his camp. Argilac had refused to give Orys her hand. Now Orys could have any part of her he wished. But Orys unchained the girl, wrapped his cloak around her, and poured her a glass of wine. He told her he would take the arms, banner, and words of House Durrandon to honor her father's courage in the last storm. Conveniently, Orys had none of his own to discard first. The crowned stag became the sigil of House Baratheon, and Storm's End their seat. Argilac's daughter would even remain in her home, though as a lady instead of a princess. The Stormlands were now Aegon's, and as tribute, Aegon demanded the swords of the men Orys had defeated. For what purpose? Oris didn't know.
Okay, the Iron Throne. Okay, we know. But now, I like how they're showing everything. I like it. I love it. This is some of my favorite history and lore.
Aegon now ruled 2 of the 7 kingdoms.
If not my favorite.
But he would no longer be able to take the rest piecemeal. For the first time in thousands of years, the kings put aside their squabbles and joined forces against a common enemy. My ancestor, King Loren of House Lannister, was head of the wealthiest family in the 7 kingdoms. When King Loren joined his forces to Mern of House Gardner, king of the Reach, they had the mightiest army in history, a so-called Iron Fist, to break the would-be conqueror. But while an Iron Fist can smash a man's face in battle, you'd look silly hunting birds or beasts with
How ironic that Jaime got an
had a
iron
creature
hand.
that was both. The kings had never even seen a dragon, let alone fought one. They had fought each other for thousands of years, and victory always went to the larger army. Surely, a force 5 times that of Aegon's could manage 1 dragon.
Nope.
But Aegon arrived with 3.
Never mind.
Still,
3 of
the
them.
Lannisters and Gardeners hoped for victory. The battlefield they chose was a wide plain with firm ground and clear skies, perfect for archers and mounted cavalry. But neither of the kings spared a thought for why the ground was firm. There had been no rain for a fortnight, which meant all the wheat and grass on it were bone dry. Perfect for dragons. At first, the kings looked like they would emerge victorious. When the horn blew for battle, their armies swept around Aegon's flanks, and their iron fists of mounted
I
knights
like how
smashed
they
through the
always,
center
the
before dragons could even
Targaryens,
enter the
let
fray.
them think
But
that
then
they had a chance.
Aegon and his sisters took
Before
flight and
arriving and
unleashed
just
their dragons, not on
destroying
the soldiers, but on the dry fields all around them. The iron fist unclenched and became a hand outstretched for mercy. As Aegon promised,
That's great
he had
description.
none. More than 4,000 men died in the fires, another 1,000 escaping them. Tens of thousands returned home as monsters, burned and scarred beyond recognition. House Gardner never returned at all. The Field of Fire, as the singers
And I
called
like
it,
how
claimed the last of
the
the Garden
Dracarys
line,
theme is playing,
and House
like-
Tyrell rose in their stead as Lords of the Reach and Wardens of the South. As for my illustrious ancestor, when King Loren saw the battle was lost, he rode through a wall of flame and smoke to safety, or at least to a heroic capture a day later, where he laid his sword before Aegon and knelt. Aegon, true to his word, spared him and confirmed House Lannister as Lords of Casterly Rock and Wardens of the West. Why wouldn't he? A Lannister always pays his debts, and now we owed our lives to the crown. That was worth centuries of subservience at least. Besides, Aegon had a fetish for collecting swords, not heads. He added Lawrence to the pile his men had
Fetish.
retrieved from the Field of Fire and sent them back to the Aegon Fort.
Okay, the Stark storyline is gonna be super interesting again to me. Sansa's gonna be narrating. I'm getting Chuck really doesn't like season 8.
With most of the south in Aegon's hands, the best chance to throw back the Conqueror now lay with the north, if we cared enough to try. Unlike our southern rivals, the Stark Kings of Winter didn't forge the north into one kingdom for glory or gold. There is little of either here, but to survive. Alone in Westeros, the north remembered when worse than dragons lay
The
waste to
North
armies.
remembers.
Thousands of years ago, the sun set on the realms of men and the long night began. A new race emerged from the ice and snow, the White Walkers. They demanded no crown, offered no terms, spared no life, and the dead marched with them. With humanity facing extinction, a Stark sought out the children of the forest, the most ancient beings in Westeros, and convinced them to ally with the men they'd once fought. Together, the two races pushed the walkers back into the land of
That's
always
the
winter and sealed it off from the
engraves they
Seven
saw
Kingdoms with the
in
wall.
Dragonstone.
300 miles of
Jon
ice,
and Dany.
stone, and earth, rising nearly 700 feet tall. To guard it, they established the Night's Watch, a brotherhood sworn to defend the living from the dead, whose vows erase both titles and crimes.
After the long night, the North tried to forget it belonged to a continent, perhaps through pride, perhaps through sheer ignorance. You never can tell with the North. But as news of Aegon's dragons spread, Torrhen Stark, the King of Winter, knew he couldn't forget Westeros any longer, and summoned his lords to Winterfell. Many fools shrugged off the threat, while the rest placed wagers on how long the South would take to burn. Torrhen silenced them with a command to assemble their armies and descend from the north in force.
As the kings of the Rock and the Reach burned on the field of fire, the greatest northern force since the Long Night crossed the neck into the Riverlands. But when King Torrhen arrived at the Trident, he saw, on the opposing riverbank, the combined strength of all Aegon's conquered kingdoms. A force larger than Torrhen's own by half, and with 3 dragons.
That night, King Torrhen called a conference of all his lords and advisors. Some wanted to fight and trust northern valor to carry the day and burn on the Trident. The wisest of them wanted to withdraw to Moat Cailin, the fortress which had thrown back every southern invasion, and burn there. One suicidal lord even wanted to ambush Aegon's camp in the dark and kill the dragons as they slept, or at the very least, their riders. It's hard to tell what would have been his fate. Burning, beheading, dismemberment, perhaps all 3.
My ancestor listened to their counsel, and in the morning crossed the Trident under a flag of parley. Then King Torrhen of House Stark laid his ancient crown at Aegon's feet and was named Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North.
And the king who knelt.
The Starks
no
being
choice.
smart.
And thanks to him, our soldiers returned to their homes whole and unharmed. The swords that Aegon took from them were not twisted, burnt, or mangled.
Yet.
Until he turned them into the throne. We get it. But like, leave it up to Starks being like, what you said you have like what 3 dragons? My king. 3 dragons? Get out of here. What am I supposed to do against 3 dragons, man? Better to remain alive and continue to do what we've been doing for as long as we've been doing it, and just let the dragons and the dragon people arrange things here in the south. We're cool. We're cool. We're heading back. That's the smartest thing any of them did, honestly. For real. Yeah, it's like season 7. There's just one thing I don't like: kidnap a zombie for a circle plan. Yeah, that was so stupid, man. If they had taken another season to probably bring the story there, it would have been much better. Again, season 8, I'm gonna go in. I hear you guys, hear your thoughts. I've heard all the talk about season 8. I might be the weirdo that is like the best season of Game of Thrones. I might just be that weirdo, who knows. That is still so funny to me, where it would have been like if the Night King hadn't been able to get one of Dany's dragons. All this walking, they would have just stood there in front of the wall just looking at it like, yep. It's a wall. They were in line. Now what? And then nothing would have happened. Then the Maesters would have been right to not worry about it. See? The Maesters just hadn't seen the White Walkers getting the dragon ever. Okay, let's see what happened to the Vale.
The Vale of Arryn was the last of the great kingdoms left. Old and proud, House Arryn did what they always did in times of strife. They shut the bloody gate, sealing off the Vale. Then the Queen Regent Shara of House Arryn retreated with her son, the boy king Ronald, into the Eyrie, their family's impregnable fortress. From the top of their mountain, they could look down on Westeros far below, its problems hidden beneath the clouds. But one day, Queen Shara entered the outer courtyard to find her young son sitting on the knee of Visenya Targaryen and ogling her dragon Vhagar beside her.
I would have had it heard of
Just
that.
as he'd asked for
What?
another cake
Look at the
dinner,
dragon's face, first of
little
all.
King Ronald asked his mother if he could go flying on the nice lady's dragon.
The nice lady.
Visenya smiled at Shara. So, Shara imagined, did Vhagar. Remembering her manners, Shara asked if she could have Visenya brought some wine or food. She must be tired after such a long flight. But Visenya demurred. Bored with his mother's pleasantries, Ronald demanded an answer. Poor boy. He didn't even understand the question. Shara hesitated for a moment, then asked Visenya, as a mother, if it was safe for the boy. Visenya assured her it was. What choice did Shara have?
Was it
Whilst
gonna
her
be
son
safe?
circled the castle, she collected his little ringlet, her own regent's coronet, and the ancient falcon crown of mountain and vale which the Arryns had worn for thousands of years. Ronald had taken to the sky as a king, but he landed as a lordling. Perhaps he considered his ancient rights a fair trade for a few minutes of flight, as a little boy would. More likely, he didn't even notice the 3 crowns at Visenya's feet, or recognize the swords of his garrison beside them.
Okay. But at least the child lived, right? I mean, listen, if you land on my balcony with a dragon, you win. Like, again, this is a very common thread. This is a common thread in this. They had dragons, literally nothing you can do. It's over. It's just in the manner of when or how it happens at this point. And if you're smart, you're not gonna protest it, or you're dead. It's really that simple. That's why dragons are so fucking awesome. Why did she look like Wonder Woman? Who? The Queen of the Vale? Or the Targaryen sister? Yeah, I am aware. I am aware these are not new stories.
The heads of Westeros had bowed to Aegon, but its heart still beat free. Old Town, the center of the faith of the Seven. There dwelt the High Septon, the father of the faithful, who commanded the obedience of all Westeros, save the savages of the north and their old gods. When Aegon had landed in Westeros, the High Septon had locked himself in the Starry Sept and fasted for 7 days and 7 nights, one for each of his gods. All he received for his trouble was the divine wisdom that if Old Town took up arms against the dragon, the city would burn, faithful and faithless alike. After the submission of House Stark, Aegon marched towards Old Town, steeling himself for another battle. But he found the gates open, with the High Septon welcoming him. The pious fool even had the arrogance to grant what Aegon had already won, and anointed the last Valyrian as Aegon of House Targaryen, first of his name, King of the Andals and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm. As if titles meant anything to a man before whom time itself now bowed. The Maesters would hence divide all history into before and after conquest. Most expected Aegon to stay and make Old Town his seat. But soon after his coronation, Aegon returned to the mouth of the Blackwater River, where he had first set foot on Westeros. A small town had since sprouted around his primitive fort. To honor their new master, the locals dubbed it King's Landing, though it looked more fit for a hedge knight, with wooden palisades.
Hold on! Hold the fucking phone, what? Okay, this was probably said during the show. Why did it just occur to me that King's Landing was King's Landing because that's where the king landed? Hold the fuck up. Coolest name ever. As much as I despise that city now. That's a cool ass name. And a cool ass origin for a city. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie.
Streets.
Yeah, I know. I'm slow. It's okay.
And piles of mangled swords carted in from every corner of the conquest. But when Aegon made it his court, wood became stone. Black mud was buried beneath a red keep, and the collected swords of Aegon's foes were blasted by dragonfire and became a seat fit for the conqueror and the greatest dynasty this world has ever known. House Targaryen.
What?
My family.
What imagery,
my
bro?
Throne.
No, yours. It's not. It was never your
So
throne.
it should have been.
No. Thank the lords. That image of the dragon forging the throne. What? As I said, the importance of reiteration. Yeah, I don't. Was this said during the show? Genuinely, guys, I don't remember who explained the King's Landing name origin in the show. I genuinely don't remember it. If I recall, I remember Arya mentioning to Tywin in one of the scenes. Oh, you're talking about... Okay, you're not talking about the King's Landing name. Jack, I hope you enjoy your lunch. It's always great to have you here in this chat, in these live streams.
But
right,
while
we also have the
Aegon
Dornish.
titled himself Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, in reality he held only 6.
Okay.
The 7th,
Yeah. And
Dorne,
the Dornish
had
didn't
never
manage
knelt.
to, like, they
Visenya
resisted
had
them.
flown into the Vale and returned with its crown. Mimicking her sister, Rhaenys had flown over the enemy force holding the passes into Dorne and landed in the castle of its ruling lady, Princess Meria of House Martell. Meria was 80 years old, fat, bald, and blind. Behind her back, many sniggered at her as the yellow toad of Dorne.
Why?
The
What
beautiful
happened to this
Rhaenys
poor
probably
woman?
thought as much when
Why
they
was
met.
she blind?
She demanded Princess Meria kneel to her brother
Was it for
Aegon,
more age,
though she
probably?
allowed that on account of Meria's age and health a simple vow of submission would do. But the princess told the queen that the Targaryens weren't wanted in Dorne, and no Martell would ever bow, bend, or break no matter how badly they
Yeah,
burned.
that's the face of a woman who would say that
Rhaenys
to
could
you.
have mounted her dragon right then and roasted Meria in the castle as her brother had done at Harrenhal. But whatever she saw in Meria's eyes scared her right back to King's Landing,
What?
with a dragon's tail between its legs.
What?
After Aegon's coronation,
What she saw in her
Rhaenys
eyes?
returned to
Blindness,
Dorne with
that's what
Aegon and
she saw in her
Visenya,
eyes.
and their dragons.
She
But
saw
no
that she
armies met
couldn't
them in
see.
the field,
That's
and
what
no
she saw.
lords defied them in their castles. As the dragons approached, Dorne simply emptied. House Martell had learned from Harrenhal and the Field of Fire. The dragons were unbeatable in battle,
Yes.
but wars were more than battles.
Smart.
Unopposed, Aegon claimed Dorne for his own, but as soon as he returned to King's Landing, his castellans were hurled off towers, and his royal garrison vanished in the desert, never to be seen again. Except perhaps when the winds change and the sands cough up old bones and armor. Rhaenys returned on Meraxes, intent on revenging herself against Meria Martell, but Dorne was no longer empty. The Dornish kept Meria's promise and fought even while burning under dragon flame. And they won. One day a bolt pierced the eye of Meraxes and knocked the dragon out of the sky. House Martell remained unbroken. Unlike the unfortunate Rhaenys, in their wrath, Aegon and Visenya set flame to every castle and city but Sunspear, trying to turn the people against House Martell. But the Dornish stayed loyal, and when Aegon returned to King's Landing, he found assassins waiting for him in the streets of his own capital. If not for Visenya, the Conqueror would not have enjoyed his conquest for very long. From then on, the king and his family would be guarded by the 7 greatest knights in the realm, the King's Guard. When Meria died in her sleep, her weak and tired son sued for peace. But old Meria had exhausted Aegon as well, and he granted the request. The Targaryens still wanted Dorne, and eventually they would have it, but not at the point of a sword. They would buy it the same way great lords buy anything, with a daughter.
Respect. Respect to the Dornies, man. Listen, even taking down one dragon, that's like historic shit right here. It's only you and the White Walkers. The Last Dragons by Viserys, Jaime, Sansa, and Varys. Okay, that must be the last one, because they're bringing out everybody who has been speaking throughout this entire thing.
After the conquest, when men looked up, they saw dragons. Nobles learned to keep their eyes down, but the gods weren't used to sharing the heavens. When Aegon died, the High Septon led the Faith and its army in revolt, claiming that the Valyrian tradition of wedding brother to sister was an abomination in the eyes of the Seven, though no one could explain where the divine mother and father had come from. My ancestor Maegor the Wise, or Maegor the Cruel as men slander him, put a bounty on the head of every militant priest, and miraculously, the Faith soon returned to the sects. With Dorne in the fold and the Faith put in its place, none in Westeros were left to oppose my family. So we started opposing each other. In the Dance of Dragons, the Targaryen princess tried to steal her brother's throne.
House of Dragons plot.
Thanks to her stupidity, most of our dragons died, though one, thankfully, ate her before it did.
Damn, is gonna have House of Dragons spoilers?
We were still the blood of old Valyria.
I'll probably not remember them.
Which proved just as dangerous. One of my foolish ancestors didn't see what separated his bastards from our family proper and legitimized them all on his deathbed. Adopting the name Blackfire, the bastards proved their nature and tried to seize their father's kingdom. And when they failed, their sons tried. When the sons failed, their grandsons tried, until finally Sir Barristan the Bold, Knight of the King's Guard, slew Meleys the Monstrous in the War of the Ninepenny Kings, ending the last of the Blackfire line. Ultimately, without our dragons and with our blood diluted by commoners, we failed to see the greatest threat growing under our noses.
As the saying goes, every time a Targaryen is born, the gods flip a coin.
Just talked about this.
They must have dropped the one for King Aerys, for at first he seemed to have dodged the family madness. But as he grew older, he began to see conspirators everywhere, and where there were none, he worked to create them. As one of his King's Guard, I saw firsthand that a king who couldn't rule his own mind couldn't rule 7 kingdoms. We endured his reign because we hoped his son Rhaegar would right the realm when he ascended to the throne. But then, Rhaegar proved as mad as his father and snatched Lyanna Stark, daughter of the Warden of the North and betrothed to Robert Baratheon, Lord of the Stormlands. When Lyanna's father and eldest brother demanded justice, the Mad King obliged, laughing as he dispensed it.
Unsatisfied with only 2 murders, the Mad King then ordered Jon Arryn, Lord of the Vale, to execute his 2 wards, Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark. Instead, Jon Arryn raised the Vale in revolt Ned Stark slipped past royalist sentries and raised the north, and Robert won 3 battles in a single day to unite the Stormlands behind him, only to be defeated by a royalist army and forced to flee, leaving his home of Storm's End besieged.
The Hand of the King finally cornered Robert in the town of the Stony Sept and sent his soldiers door to door searching for the rebel leader. But the villagers hated the Mad King and loved Robert and kept him one step ahead of the soldiers until only one refuge remained. As the soldiers closed in, all the town bells rang out. Hearing of Robert's plight, our father and Jon Arryn had rushed to the Riverlands and enlisted our grandfather Hoster Tully to help them. Together, they routed the Hand's army and rescued Robert. To celebrate and cement the Tully alliance, our father wed our mother Catelyn and Jon Arryn took our aunt Lysa. Only a fortnight later, both men rushed back into the field, for the dragon had finally woken.
While my father's servants were losing my father's kingdoms, my brother Rhaegar had been cooped up with his mistress, whore, whatever else, I'd call her a distraction. But now Rhaegar came to his senses and returned to King's Landing. He persuaded our father to summon his estranged friend, Lord Tywin Lannister, the richest and most powerful lord in the realm. Rhaegar himself would lead the royal army against the usurper, Robert. On the banks of the Trident, my brother fought the man whose wife he'd stolen, and who fought to steal his birthright in return. In the end, Robert wanted it more. His hammer shattered my brother's armor, and its rubies fell into the river like raindrops, vanishing in the current.
With Rhaegar's defeat, nothing stood between Robert and King's Landing. Imagine the king's surprise a fortnight later when he saw not stags, but lions outside his gates. His former hand, Tywin Lannister, had come to the capital with a force even Robert couldn't match, claiming to be loyal to the king. Trusting what he wanted to believe, Aerys ordered the gates opened, and the Lannister forces dutifully began to rape, pillage, and murder the king's actual loyal subjects. When Eddard Stark finally arrived at the capital with Robert's army, he found Lannister banners hanging over the sacked city, Targaryen corpses littering its streets, and Sir Jaime Lannister sitting on the Iron Throne. Below him, the Mad King Aerys, whom Sir Jaime had sworn to guard, lay in a pool of his own blood from a sword thrust through his back. Lord Eddard might have thanked Sir Jaime for doing the realm a favor, but honorable as he was, Lord Eddard condemned Sir Jaime as a kingslayer, a name he would never escape.
Unlike Lord Eddard, Robert appreciated my contribution to his glorious victory. He pardoned me for my crime and even kept me on his Kingsguard beside Sir Barristan Selmy, who'd been wounded at the Trident fighting for Rhaegar. True, both of us had failed to protect our Targaryen charges, but perhaps that's what Robert liked most about us. When my father presented Robert with the bodies of Rhaegar's wife and 2 children, Ned Stark hiked up his skirts and demanded Robert send their killer to Dorne and me to the Wall. But I saw what Ned couldn't. Robert was ashamed of the bodies, and more ashamed of his relief. He knew that Rhaegar's heirs had to die or his throne would never be safe. But glorious heroes didn't kill children. They simply didn't punish their murderers.
No doubt I would have suffered a similar fate. But my father had wisely sent me and my pregnant mother to Dragonstone.
The little girl
when the
that is in that
usurper
belly.
heroically sent men to kill me and my newborn sister to protect his stolen throne, a loyal knight smuggled us across the narrow sea to Essos. And so the last dragons of Valyria, heirs to the greatest dynasty from the greatest civilization this world has ever known, slept in sewers and foraged for scraps in alleyways, one step ahead of the usurper's knives, and one step behind the whispers of his spy master, Varys. But we won't run forever. One day I'll return to my kingdoms with an army.
No, you
take
won't.
Back my throne.
Danny will.
All traitors with
already
the
has.
coin my family knows.
And will sit on that fucking throne.
Fire and blood.
Probably the best one yet. They saved the best for last. I don't know. This was like, and I'm talking about the entire invasion. How they started from Valyria, and then they ended with. They basically ended at the start of the show, right? So good. So good. So freaking good. The imagery in this history and lore was amazing, right? It had some like drawings and some shots that were so epic. Like, man. Yeah, I like this history and lore best too. Okay. Yeah, it was. I think that it's probably the best one. I would agree. You won't remember, just like you don't recall any of the others that were given in the show. Are you talking about House of Dragons? Yeah, probably. I probably won't. Music is loud? Okay. Change that. Better now? Is the music better? Right, exactly, Mama Cat. Exactly. It starts from, I assume, like the concept that George R. Martin had, and then it basically brings us to the events that start like Game of Thrones as we know it. It perfectly wraps it up in like a beautiful little bow, I feel like. And it gets me so freaking hyped for season 8. You can't even imagine. You can't even imagine. For all the things that people say about season 8, I'm super hyped. I don't care. I don't care. You can experience watching the show for the first time through someone else's eyes. Are you talking about House of Dragon, or are you House of Dragons or Game of Thrones? Is the music good now, guys? But yeah, it's good that this is the history and lore that leads us to season 8, basically. That's what I'm saying. It's the history and lore that kind of like ushers in the finale. It reminds us of what got us to the events of the show, and then it gives us one last, and then everything else you saw has led you to this, which will be season 8, which will be the conclusion of all of the crazy shit that has happened. Or at least, it won't be the conclusion, I don't think, right? Because like there's always more stories to tell. However this ends, however Game of Thrones ends in season 8, right? Knowing full well books are still being written, but you know, even if nothing else like comes out after whatever happens in season 8 of this, it's still like, no matter what happens, like the story of Westeros and stuff will continue, right? No, I was saying you can watch Game of Thrones reactions on YouTube now. Oh yeah, definitely. Season 8 is definitely worth being hyped for. Like, regardless I'll be hyped. Regardless, like, there's no way you can't be hyped. And obviously, like, you know, whatever season 8 is, we'll experience it again together. I'll experience it for the first time. You'll experience it again together with me, you know, and we'll draw our conclusions. But yeah, guys, I think that, you know, this was a good length stream. I was kind of like thinking it would be great if I could go till 10 p.m, which is right now it's 10 p.m. for me. But super excited for season 8. Super excited to finally like see the conclusion of, in my opinion, honestly, I can say it now, the best show I've watched personally. And you know, for as much as like, yeah, it's gonna be the last Game of Thrones season, which is sad, but we have House of Dragons, right? You guys were talking about some other shows that are in the talks. We still have the books, right? So regardless, Game of Thrones will be a staple on my channel for sure, even after this next season. I mean, it was kind of like, Game of Thrones was basically what kind of like started my channel, really. And it's been an amazing ride with you. The Game of Thrones fans have been amazing, honestly. You guys have been super awesome. And this community is such a good community. I'm so glad to have you guys. And yeah, super excited for season 8. And Heather told me there's also history and lore for season 8, which we haven't fully confirmed yet. But regardless, in the last stream that we do after season 8, guys, we're gonna do a stream where we're gonna talk about the entire show. I also want to like do all the extra content that is around, maybe react live on the stream. Now we're thinking about the next stream that we do, but I want to react to like people's reactions, you know, or like the reactions to the finale, or their thoughts after the finale, or actor interviews after the show and stuff, or behind the scenes of Game of Thrones. So if you guys know some videos that you think in that realm would be interesting for me to check out, just again a mental note for when we do our final stream for season 8 of Game of Thrones, because you know, I want it to be like a celebration of everything Game of Thrones. Remember the lightning and room darkening for episode 3. Yes, I will remember it. Do you have any plans on what show you will watch after House of the Dragon? So, well, we'll do reactions to House of the Dragon, but I'll probably also start the second show alongside it, so it won't be just just House of the Dragon reactions. Like, currently my channel is like movie reactions and then just Game of Thrones reactions. I think that I will try to add at least 2 ongoing shows alongside House of the Dragon, and that will probably be like, I'll let you guys know on the Patreon. I'll put up a poll that you guys will be able to vote on, or on YouTube maybe, so that I'll get even more participation. But I'll put up a poll with some shows that I'm interested in, and you guys will be able to vote on what you guys would like me to watch. I'm talking about shows specifically. There's a special of the cast doing a table reading of season 8. Exactly, stuff like that. I want to do like a live reaction to that type of stuff. And those are not like copy. I hope there's no copyrights to those, so I'll be able to actually do reactions of those live on the stream, right? And I personally love that stuff. This is what I do after I finish something. I usually go and look at behind the scenes interviews and all that good stuff, because I love it. I love the creative process behind everything as well. So for example, that would be great for me to react to on stream with you all. Breaking Bad, if you haven't seen it. So Breaking Bad will be one of the options. I've heard, people tell me that it's probably the best show ever. So like, Last of Us will be another option, Archangel. Just because I'm a massive fan of the game and I have not seen the show, although I've heard great things about it. And now I know like Oberyn plays in it, so of course it gives me an extra motivation to watch it. He plays Joel. I need The Last Kingdom on this channel. What is The Last Kingdom? I think that you've mentioned The Last Kingdom before, Heather. I think you've definitely mentioned it in previous streams. I have never heard of it though. So I don't know if it'll be the immediate next show, because Breaking Bad, I kind of have to like get on that at some point, or like The Last of Us, just because I really love The Last of Us. True Detective, Archangel, you've mentioned quite a lot. The various 5-hour history lures that I couldn't sleep to. Interview with the vampire Grey Worm Tyne. Is he in that, Archangel? Again, these are I'm sure there's so many amazing shows. We'll start off with a couple on a poll that I'll put up after we finish with Game of Thrones. The House of Dragon will be an obvious. That will be after this, because I want to continue with the Game of Thrones streak, most definitely. And then I'll see like how much time I have. Maybe we'll add even more shows. I just feel like at some point, like I feel like 2 shows is kind of the sweet spot. I feel like after that there's just too many episodes, and then alongside with the movies and all that stuff, it's just a bit too much, and it's just me recording, doing the editing, doing all of that. So yeah, it probably won't work. Ideally it could work, but it probably won't. You will not believe Grey Worm's acting chops. Listen, Grey Worm's character, for the actor at least, he isn't given like a lot of shit that he's able to like show his acting abilities. He's pretty monotone, he's playing a character that is, pretty focused, monotone, not a lot of shit going on. And even in those few scenes, he has shown like some great chops in terms of his acting. But I believe you that he's a pretty good actor. some smaller series with a lot of Game of Thrones actors. The White Queen, the White Princess. What is it with the White Queen, White Princess? What is it with the color white? Spanish Princess. Are these all different shows? A threequel. So they're like related. Interview would be a great watch for October. You already have your choice though. But yeah, yo, it's been a great stream. Again, this history and lore was probably my favorite one. I'm so glad you guys were able to join me in another one of these. I know this is not an 8-hour special like we usually do, but I think it's important for my health to be able to get some proper sleep. So we're ending this one a little bit earlier. But as always, I'm so happy you guys joined me in this. It's so much fun chatting with you all. Experiencing the show with you all. It's been a blast, for real. And yeah, how's the back holding up? I'm starting to feel it currently a little bit more, so yeah, I think that I'm gonna go lay down and it's gonna eventually like feel better. Ever watched the Blair Witch Project? I haven't. So it's another one that I definitely like to react to on the channel. That's a good Scare October movie. Yes, get some sleep, darling. I will. I must, honestly. Put a heating pad on your sore back and take care. Yeah, I've heard that works. I mainly just rely on like some good sleep and stretches. As long as I'm still like kind of young, I feel like that is enough for me. But yeah, I've heard that heating pads do wonders for back pains. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining me in another one of these. And season 8, guys, I'm super excited. I'll see you all in the reactions. I will see what I can do with the live reaction stuff. I'll see. I don't know if I decide it's gonna work or not, because you know, some people might be like, oh, you're kind of distracted, or you know, so I'll see if we can do, or maybe we'll do like the finale or something like that, see if it works. But yeah, thank you guys again so much for joining me. This stream will be available for anybody who missed parts of it on the channel afterwards. And I'm also interested to see how I do with the death, who's gonna be dead, who's gonna be alive, who's gonna be the White Walker questionnaire by the end of season 8 as well. But hope you guys have a great rest of your Sunday, and I'll see you all in the next reaction, guys. Have a good one.